Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 15 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 15-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 10 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 10-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 5 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 5-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 2 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 2-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 1 minute from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 1-minute time check, stations.
on the Hawkeye Sports Network. From Learfield, Hawkeye Baseball is on the air. Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Homewood and Home 2 Suites, preferred hotel of the Hawkeye Radio Network. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Oak Knoll, an active life care community by University of Iowa Healthcare. Changing medicine, changing lives. And by Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Now live, this is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball.
From the campus of the University of Iowa, it's baseball time in Iowa City. Live from Duane Banks Field, it's the series opener of a Big Ten battle between the visiting Nebraska Cornhuskers and the Iowa Hawkeyes. Welcome to the broadcast booth alongside my fine color analyst, John Evans. I'm John Leo. Rivalry can be defined as fiery competition directed toward reaching the same goal, or, even better, a battle of superiority against an opponent. Now, does that sound like a good way to describe the border battle between Nebraska and Iowa? Tonight begins a three-game set with the visiting Huskers, a tone setter for the rest of Big Ten play. The Huskers are 21-11-1. They lead the Big Ten with a 7-2 conference record. Iowa's 26-10 overall with a 4-5 lead record, tied for 7th. Two offensive juggernauts meet in Iowa City today, both scoring over 8 runs per game, but the Aces taking the mound tonight, they've got lights-out stuff. Brody Brecht meeting Emmett Olson in tonight's showdown. Who sets the tone for the series tonight? It's the Big Red versus the Black and Gold. The Huskers and Hawkeyes, Nebraska and Iowa. Live from Duane Banks with first pitch coming in a bit. Iowa handled Bradley during the midweek, bouncing back after a tough loss at UIC. How about that pitching for Iowa on Wednesday, allowing just 3 Bradley Braves hits? Hawks win it 6-1. Some highlights from that one. For the Black and Gold, the pitch. Brennan drives this deep to right center, carrying well. Get going, baby. It is gone. Touch them all. Brennan Durigge. Boom. Absolutely crushed. 1-1 to Tello. He drives this one. This is an absolute no-doubter from Raider. Tello with the bat flip. Tello says, adios, pelota. 2-0. He'll hit the first pitch on the ground and through into left field. Base hit. Wilmus scores. Here comes Anthony chugging around third. The throw goes into third where Durigge slides in safely. It's an RBI, a 2 RBI single. Raider, Tello. Hawks lead it 4-1. 1-0 into the gap in left center. Base hit. Another single for the Hawkeyes in the inning. That'll bring home Durigge. 5-1 as Hucksdorf makes it the 5th consecutive single. Fitting together like 2 pieces of a puzzle, huh? First pitch to Anthony. This is ripped to short, through into left field. 1 run is in. Wilmus heading from second to third. He's got to hurry. Here comes the throw. Not in time. And Anthony will get to second. Peterson scores at 6-1. Big win for the Hawks, 6-1 over Bradley to get some momentum ahead of the series with Nebraska coming up in just a little bit. Following this break, we'll talk with Ben McLaughlin. He's the play-by-play voice of Nebraska baseball. He'll join us right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters, they've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
Hurry up, dude. The game's about to start.
Nothing beats spending the day watching the game with your buddies.
Dude, I'm literally right here. Let's do this.
Which is why a shelter insurance renter's policy is key to your winning game plan. It protects things your landlord's policy doesn't.
Dude, where's your TV?
What? Oh, no way, dude.
Like that flat screen TV that just got stolen. To draft an agent for your team, visit shelterinsurance.com. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
At US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Whoa! Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball. Today, it's the series opener with Nebraska. We're joined now by Ben McLaughlin. He's the official voice of Nebraska baseball. Ben, thanks for coming on.
Yeah, of course. Appreciate you having me on.
All right, Ben, a season recap so far for the Huskers.
Yeah, obviously things didn't start well out in San Diego. Huskers went 0-3-1 out there. Had a couple of late leads slip away, but bounced back nicely in weekend two, getting a sweep of South Alabama, and then went up to Minneapolis in the tough Big Ten SEC Challenge. Stole a win from now top 5 Vanderbilt, which was kind of a good launching point for the team, and have done well in conference play so far. I think the one really bugaboo of the team right now has been their efforts in midweeks. Hasn't been what they hoped in the midweek results, but coming off a sweep against Northwestern and feeling pretty good right now entering the series, and it's going to be a good one with Iowa.
21-11-1, 7-2 in conference play. That's the thing that really stands out. You're first in the Big Ten. At this point of the season, is that viewed as overachieving, right where you thought you'd be?
Well, I think the tough thing about judging where Nebraska is in the conference right now is a lot of their most difficult road series. In fact, all of their difficult tests in conference are on the road. Iowa, Maryland, Purdue, namely, and obviously Maryland, the preseason league favorite. So obviously their 4 toughest league matchups are all on the road. Some easier matchups at home. Catch-22, right? You see a lot of wins at home, but makes your road test that much more difficult. And so, obviously, I've had the comfort of our own home here for a few home series in the Big Ten, but, coming on the road to Iowa is never easy, as the series history would tell you. And so we're about to find out if it's legitimate.
At this point of the season, I know it's hard with the Big Ten as a conference, getting X amount of teams in. Do you feel that this Nebraska team is a regional type team, a postseason type team?
Well, I think it depends. I mean, if you just look at them and watch them, I think they're definitely good enough to be in a regional. However, the metrics may not agree with that. The early season struggles and the midweek losses that we've talked about have really lowered that RPI, which just seems to be kind of the main focal point of the metrics to the committee in the NCAA tournament, specifically relative to the Big Ten. Look no further than last year with Iowa and Rutgers. So that's kind of the big black eye right now, and the hope is that you can play well against good teams like Iowa, like Maryland, like Purdue that have good RPIs that can help boost that. And then obviously once everybody gets to Omaha, it's going to be a knockdown drag out, 4 or 5 teams trying to get that one automatic bid.
It's tough for us in the Big Ten, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you feel like you've made progress, right, with the good Indiana teams, with Illinois hosting the Super Regional, obviously Michigan going on the big run in 19 to the National Championship Series. You thought that maybe would have earned some respect, but it seems like it's an uphill battle every year for sure.
Talking with Ben McLaughlin, he's the play-by-play voice of Nebraska baseball. Okay, offensively, what kind of team is this for Nebraska?
Well, obviously Max and Bryce, the 2 400 hitters, are going to get a lot of the attention, and rightfully so. But I think the one thing that this team has that Nebraska teams haven't had in the past is just the depth in the lineup 1 through 9. You look up and down the lineup, there's 300 hitters everywhere. The home run numbers are there. They're hitting for a lot more power than I think maybe they would have thought coming into the season. But, I think it's just a deeper lineup. You're not relying on Max and Bryce doing it all for you every single time, which Nebraska teams have had to do in the past. It's not unconventional for, the 6, 7, 8 hitters to start innings, and all you have to do is look at our leadoff hitter leading our team in RBIs. That doesn't happen by just hitting home runs. There's got to be guys getting on base in front of them. And so, I think Nebraska's done a good job at that, which when you're facing good arms like Iowa has all weekend, you've got to be able to start an inning when it's not your best hitters due up every time.
Contact and speed, a big part of the Nebraska order, or mainly power?
I mean, I think it depends where you look in the order, right? I mean, the top 2, obviously, with Bryce and Casey can run. Cole Evans out of the 9 spot can run. Those guys do the majority of our running. And then a lot of that is just gap-to-gap power. You know, guys like Swanson and Karen and England, the guys that don't get the headlines, you know, they live in the middle of the field, and they can run into a few here and there, but they like to play to their strengths. That they don't just identify as a speed team or a power team. I think they just kind of do what the skill set provides to them.
We've been battling wind all season in our games. You see the wind blowing from left to right, maybe out to right today. How do you think that impacts the game?
It actually, I think, you know, isn't a stranger to Nebraska. Where our home park sits, we get lots of wind out to right field. We've had kind of bizarre winds this year, from right field foul pole to left field foul pole, which is a little unusual, sometimes straight in from left. But if you've played at Nebraska longer than a year, you know those breezes straight out to right. So thankfully, Nebraska and Iowa aren't too far apart geographically, so we're used to the wind, and it's just something that you just have to deal with.
Strong starters in your pitching rotation. Lead things off with Olsen tonight.
Yeah, Emmett struggled his last outing against Northwestern, but before that, he's been rock solid, at least 5 innings in every start. 92 to 94 from the left side with a good curveball and a good changeup, which is great. You know, you love the stuff, but I think the biggest thing on Fridays, and I think any coach would tell you got to be consistent on Friday nights and throw the guy out there that's going to give your team the best chance to win, and he's definitely done that.
The rest of the weekend, what do you see from the starters for Nebraska?
Well, it'll be interesting to see what Nebraska wants to do. Jace Kaminska, their typical Saturday starter, did not pitch last week to a bit of a precaution arm issue, so we'll see how he bounces back. Will Walsh has been taking the ball for us the last few Sundays. He's kind of emerged out of nowhere. Sunday's been a bit of a problem for Nebraska in terms of the rotation, but he's pitched well the last couple Sundays, so I'd anticipate that's what we have. But like you get in the Big Ten, it's just kind of the roulette that you get with the starting rotation.
How about the bullpen for the Huskers?
Yeah, they got a couple guys back there that are really pitching well. Some of their older guys. Shea Shanneman's a 5th-year senior who's a captain and a guy that's really pitched well lately. He's kind of Nebraska's go-to guy out of the pen. And Jake Buns is a guy that led our team in appearances in the regional team in 21. He's really bounced back nicely after his second arm surgery, so he's just working his way back, but starting to get back there. And there's a couple new guys that we're just kind of breaking in right now, too, that we're still not entirely sure what they bring to the table.
Flipping things over, what stands out to you about Iowa? Just a quick note on the Hawkeyes.
I mean, I think the first thing is their pitching staff, right? I mean, they're top 10 in the country in hits per 9 and strikeouts per 9. They always have a good staff. Obviously, Brecht is the one that gets all the attention with, you know, how hard he throws. But, you know, I think they're deep. They're one of the deeper staffs of the league, not just on the on the starting side, but in the bullpen side. And it's just always a good matchup anytime these two teams play.
Rivalry element in play here today, this weekend?
The coaches would tell you no, but I mean, the human element would tell you yes. I mean, and you know how it is in the Big Ten. Usually those top 4 or 5 teams in the league, it's always competitive. And so it's whoever comes up with the big swing or the big pitch at the end of the game usually wins.
Yeah. Before we let you go, Ben, just how do you see this series playing out one way or another?
I see a lot of close games to the end. I see, you know, there's been a lot of times on this field where Iowa's walked off Nebraska. There's been, you know, some kind of crazy plays here and there. Iowa had a big 9th inning rally a couple of times ago that we were here. Nebraska made a big diving catch in right center field that saved the game. So I'm expecting a lot of the same of that.
All right, Ben, really appreciate the time today.
Yeah, of course.
Ben McLaughlin, he's the play-by-play voice of Nebraska baseball. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll talk with head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Ooh, got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
At US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness. Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball. Today, the series opener with a big battle with Nebraska, joined by head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller. Coach, a pretty good performance, good bounce back against Bradley.
Yeah, outstanding bounce back. All the pitchers that threw in that game did an outstanding job. I mean, what a difference a day makes from one of the worst performances we've had in several years to one of the best that we've seen in several years. And I was just glad to see the guys bounce back. And it started with Aaron Savary giving us a really good start and going 2 innings, and then Jared Simpson was good, and all the guys that came in after him were outstanding. And couldn't have been happier with that. I mean, we played a pretty complete game offensively too. Get a couple home runs from Derigi and Tello in the first inning to give you a lead, and end up winning the 6-1 game and only one free base on the day. I mean, you're always going to be happy with that. That was exactly what we needed after a rough Tuesday to get ready for this weekend.
Does it just make that Tuesday game feel like, hey, just everything went bad that day and brush it off? I'm just trying to think of an explanation for it.
Well, actually, I think everybody had, once Wednesday happened, we were done with Tuesday.
Sure, yeah.
And we don't want to talk about it anymore.
Yeah.
That's kind of my thoughts on that.
Right. Okay, so Nebraska in town, they're all of a sudden leading the Big Ten. They come in here, power hitting team. What do you see from Nebraska?
Experienced guys, athletic, very good offensive team. Friday night starter Emmett Olson is really good. Really good Friday night guy. As far as the series go, I think there's some vulnerability with the bullpen. I think there's some vulnerability with some of their with the other 2 starters. If we're disciplined and we got to find a way to score some runs off Olson tonight on a night when the wind is howling to right field, basically from right center to the foul pole. Ball's not going anywhere from the right center gap and all the way over to the left field foul pole. And the dilemma we're faced with is that Olson is a left-hander that just pounds right-handers in on the inner half. So we're hoping that he's off a little bit and he's leaving some balls over the plate so that we can take advantage of the way the wind's blowing. And the thing about him, he's got 4-pitch guy, slider, curveball, big overhand curveball with a lot of break. He only throws it about 30% for a strike, but it's one of those that starts out kind of in the zone where you think it's going to be a hanger, but it will go all the way out of the zone. So our discipline on spitting on his curveball is going to be really important. Hopefully he's off a little bit and leave some balls out there and gives us some balls that we can hammer over the outer part of the plate. But if not, we'll just got to figure out a way, and we need to get a good start out of Brody. But as far as Nebraska, we get back to them. Their middle infield are both they're leading the Anderson and they're leading the Big Ten in hitting. And they're both over 400, both with 13 homers. They've hit 61 home runs as a team. They're going to be a challenge. A little different than last weekend when we talked, and we had what I told you is a poor matchup. We had all those left-handers in the Minnesota lineup and 2 switch hitters, and so going into this one, I feel even though it's the number 1 team and a really good offensive team, I think it might be a little bit better matchup for our pitching staff based on the fact that they have all these right-handers in the lineup, and if we can execute a sky report and some game plans, hopefully get them to hit the ball into that wind in left field, and hopefully it's a good day.
We ought to make it a sponsored segment talking about the wind. I want to go back to it just for a second here. So you feel just coming in as it is that we might have the advantage against their hitters, but now with the wind, even maybe a bit of a bigger advantage against their hitters?
You don't know. I mean, the one thing that you'll see that we saw on video, and I've known this for years, is that a lot of times at Nebraska, the wind varies. It'll be left field, center field, but it blows out a lot. The thing I've noticed is their hitters are really good at waiting on pitches that benefit them with the wind. So if you look at their spray charts, like there will be a home run to right center field, left field, and it's all their guys for the most part. Maybe a few that are not, but the majority of them are really adept at taking advantage of the wind, which puts the emphasis on you pitching them tough and not allowing them to do that. And then throw in the fact they're second in the league in ERA behind us, and then they lead the league in fielding percentage. So you're looking at a really well-rounded athletic team.
You mentioned maybe an advantage if we can get into their bullpen early. Different approach maybe in the box today, run that pitch count up, jump on them early.
That's always our approach, is to get the starter out as quick as possible. And I'm not saying they're bad. I'm just saying that they're guys that when you watch on video and you do the scouting report, it's like, yeah, they're solid. They've got 2 or 3 guys that they really like to go to. After that, they've scuffled some as well. And the 2 or 3 guys they go to, I think, are decent matchups for our hitters.
A couple of errors on the infield, especially their shortstop, a little bit error prone this year. Emphasis on, hey, run everything out, keep that.
Well, for sure, that's always going to, but a special emphasis, and our guys were definitely reminded that, he has trouble sometimes with his throwing, and it kind of looked like on video that he's a little tentative right now. And so whenever that happens, whether it's one of our guys or one of their guys, I mean, that point is made. You better bust it down the line, because as much pressure as you can put on him to field it clean and then be super accurate and get rid of it puts even more pressure on him. So,
head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, on our pregame show from Dwayne Banks. Coach, just your thoughts on how your team's performed in conference games to this point this season.
I mean, I think we've played really well. I mean, we've talked a bunch about the fact that we haven't caught a lot of breaks, and we caught a lot of breaks the first 25 games, and it seemed like the breaks didn't go our way once conference started. And unfortunately, that's baseball. I mean, it can run its course, and it can be over today. We can catch every break in the book, but the way we approach it is that we need to make our own breaks, and not let anything circumstantial that happens get us down, and we're just going to keep fighting and playing. And we talk all the time about just play the game, play as hard as you can, put yourself in as good a position as you can at the end of the game, and hopefully you have a chance to win it. And we have 5 losses in the league. We've had a chance to win all of but one, and a real good chance, and just didn't happen. And we're hoping that we're gonna get a good performance from the guys this weekend, and we'll flip the script and maybe get things going back our way.
Do you get the sense that this is kind of a swing series about midway through the conference slate as we wind down towards the end here?
I mean, as a fan or a person observing and wanting that to happen, that's what it is.
Sure.
But as a coach, it's just the next game, and you plan and prepare and do the best you can, and that has to be the same thing with a player. And we've talked many times that anytime you try to put an emphasis on one game or one series or this or that, that's not how it works with good teams. And if you see teams that do that, you usually see a lot of peaks and valleys and no consistency. And our program's built on process, hard work, execution, and going out every single day and being as consistent as you can. And that's why for 10 years we've been really consistent. But our guys, if you're not ready for this one, there's something wrong with you. Our guys are going to be ready. It's a big rivalry game, and there were some things that happened in Sunday's game last year with Olsen yelling in our dugout after they won, and some things said in the handshake line by a couple guys that the guys that were here were sure to remind the rest of the group what happened, and that was after we took 2 or 3 at their place. So there's no love lost for sure.
That's what I was going to ask you, if you'd give me the same answer if I asked about a rivalry series, but I think you covered it, and I think the players are going to have that covered too. What do you say, Coach?
Yeah, there's no question it's going to be. We have a ton of respect for Will and his staff, and I'm not saying it's that kind of series, but things happen, and when you're competing hard and right next to each other, and and the Twitter world is hard on both of you when you lose.
No kidding, no doubt about that. Brody gets to start tonight in front of the home crowd.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how Brody bounces back after last week. I know we all are. And he had a good week, and I think he's going to go out and give us a great start.
Keys to victory tonight, Coach, to start the series on the right foot against Nebraska.
Well, that's the first one. And anytime you get a day like this, cold, windy, it's going to really affect the game. Both teams. Free bases, man, you just got to really limit the free bases, and if you do that, you usually are okay on days like today. And if you think back of those days where we're not, it's usually because of that. And so that's the first one is Brody giving us a good start, making them swing the bat, and then our guys playing good defense behind him. And with it being cold like this all weekend, you want to pitcher work quick. Brody works quick, which is great, but pound the zone and get the defense off the field as quick as possible and get them in here and get them swinging the bats. And we're going to have to be really disciplined and probably be able to make adjustments based on what Olson's able to do to us in the early innings. And we have our plan going into it based on what he did to us last year. This year he's walked a few more. He's left the ball out over the plate a few more than he did last year at any point in time. And so we're just going to assume that he's going to be his best, and if he's not, then we've already got a lot of adjustments that we can make to take advantage of that.
All right, Coach, thanks for your time. Let's win the day, take down the Huskers.
All right, thanks, John.
Head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, on our pregame show from Duane Banks. We're moments away from first pitch, Iowa and Nebraska tonight. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
Welcome back to pregame coverage at Duane Banks Field, Iowa and Nebraska. First pitch coming up in just a bit. We've got starting lineups coming up just before that, but first let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. All right, let's welcome in color analyst John Evans. John, this is a big one.
Oh, it must be, because as I just pointed out to you, we brought in the best national anthem singer we have here at all of Hawkeye Athletics, so it'll be great to have him kick off the series. But yeah, we've got the by loss leader, we've got the loss leader in the conference in Nebraska, and got a little rivalry, a little feisty rivalry, and tied at 23 in the series, and so it'll be a lot of fun this weekend.
Yeah, Nebraska, an offensive team. Iowa, also an offensive team. Got a couple good pitchers lined up in this series. What are a couple of keys you're looking for Iowa?
Well, the interesting thing that I saw as I was looking through Nebraska was obviously the extra base hits, the doubles, the home runs are off the charts good. We saw a little bit of that when Iowa ran into Maryland. But the other thing that I drew notice of, though, even though Nebraska has such a high team batting average, Iowa's team on-base percentage is actually higher because Nebraska doesn't walk a ton, and so Iowa has a chance. They might have to do it a different way, kind of string together hits, take some free bases. You heard Coach Heller talk about really being disciplined with Olson, whereas Nebraska might get that flashy flashy bang out there. Wind blowing out to the right field foul pole at best today. So it'll be an interesting contrast of offensive styles.
Feels like a swing series, another big-time series. We've had Maryland, Indiana, now Nebraska. So a big series on deck this weekend. Great crowd already on hand. We'll step aside for our final break of pregame as we get ready for the national anthem. When we come back, we'll get you starting lineups and batting orders. Iowa Hawkeye baseball from Learfield.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Oh, hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
National anthem is complete in Iowa City. We're moments away from first pitch between Nebraska and Iowa. The series opener from a blustery Iowa City. We're just never going to get that warm day, are we, John?
Well, we played half a game on Tuesday or Wednesday or whatever day that was, and it was nice. It was tolerable.
It was tolerable, right? All right, let's go with today's starting lineups. We'll start first with the visiting Nebraska Cornhuskers. They're 21-11-1 overall on the season. They're 7-2, leading the Big Ten right now. Head coach of the Huskers is Will Bolt in his 4th season. Bryce Matthews, he'll lead things off. He's their shortstop, followed by Casey Burnham and Max Anderson. Garrett Anglem is their designated hitter, batting 4th. Charlie Fisher over at first base, he'll bat 5th. Gabe Swanson batting 6th. 7, 8, 9, Josh Caron, Dylan Carey, and Cole Evans. Iowa defensively with a 26-10 record, 4-5 in the Big Ten. Head coach of the Hawkeyes is Rick Heller. Brennan DeRiggi at first, Sam Honar at second, Michael Seegers at short, Raider Tello at third base. In the outfield from left to right, Ben Wilmus, Kyle Hucksdorf, Sam Peterson back in the lineup. He'll get the start today. Behind the plate doing the catching is Cade Moss. And on the mound, the Friday night starter for the Hawkeyes from Ankeny, sophomore right-hander Brody Brett.
What are the tweets that come out separate ways? Game time, she is here.
Yes.
As I just played the hype video and new hype video for this one.
By the way, separate ways will always get a green light from me when it comes to hype videos. All right, go ahead, John.
Yeah. Back to the important stuff. Brody Breck making his 10th start on the season. He's got a 3.2 ERA, 3-2 on the season, 45 innings pitched, 24 hits, 16 runs. They've all been earned. 32 walks, 69 strikeouts. Opponents hitting just 157 against him. Brody, after probably 2 of his better starts, down a little bit, just couldn't quite find the command there up in Minneapolis. And so it'd be important for him to bounce back, not only for himself, but just kind of for the whole team goals. Is a good Brody gets him a long ways toward those.
Brody survived 4 innings, I think it's safe to say, at Minnesota, and then the 5th inning just kind of fell apart. He said he was not sharp in his outing. I'd be surprised if he wasn't sharp today. Don't want to put that pressure on him from the broadcast booth, but one of the keys to victory always from Coach Heller. I ask him every game just in case something's a little bit different, but they're usually the same, and his first key is always a good start on the mound.
Well, and you know, we saw it. We saw the perfect stark opposites against in our midweek games. 11 walks on Tuesday night, couldn't find strike one. Got ran out of the park and ran out of Chicago, and then Wednesday night, found strike one repeatedly. Was able to dominate the strike zone, get ahead, and was able to just get it done. And that's what you're going to need to see tonight. The Nebraska team doesn't walk a lot. They're 240 or 50 in the country in walks. So they're not a team that's going to go up there and looking to take. So be around the strike zone early, try to dominate it, get ahead in counts, and then with Brody's stuff, they might scratch out some. They're awfully a good hitting team, but I like Brody's chances if he can throw strike one.
Nebraska as a team hits .316. That is pretty darn good. They've got two guys up over 400. Here's one of them in Bryce Matthews. First pitch from Brody Brecht is chopped to Seegers at short. Michael charges it hard, throw on the run. One pitch, one out to start this one today.
Batting second, center fielder number 2.
Good pitch there. Brody starts off with a 98-mile-an-hour fastball, locates it in the zone. Chopped to short. Seegers, good hustle play.
First pitch came at 6:05. Current weather conditions in Iowa City, 48 degrees, but feels like 41. I'd agree with that. Wind blowing from left to right at about 15 to 20 today. Here's Casey Burnham, their center fielder, squares to bunt. First pitch high and out from Brecht. Overcast skies in Iowa City today. Wish we could say that it gets better tomorrow, but it doesn't. It's going to be colder tomorrow.
We're going to have a really interesting day to try to get the game started tomorrow.
Yeah, with that wind chill is going to be pretty low, isn't it?
Trying to get the real feel in the right place.
2 balls, no strikes to Burnham, left-handed hitter. Burnham's the top half of the batting order and batting average on the team as well with a .329. 2-0 pitch inside, almost hit Burnham. Ball 3. That's a couple in a row now that have gone to the backstop from Brecht. So you got Matthews out on the first pitch. Brecht struggling to find the strike zone here. There he throws one in there for a strike. Umpires today behind the plate is John Coons. Down the line at first is Wayne Harris. Brian Drury's out there at second. Sean Schaefer-Markles at third. Back-to-back strikes from Brody Brecht, and he's worked back to get the count full now.
Now, be competitive. Burnham's walked 6 times this year. He's not looking to take a pitch here.
Lifts this one down the line at third. Tello will give chase. This will get into the Nebraska dugout. It's turning into high pitch at bat for Burnham. He'll come back to the box. Brody works very quickly, so he's on the mound and ready to go as Burnham steps in. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Brecht is ready, the pitch. Slider just high. My goodness, that was close.
Ooh, yeah, that was, I'd punched him out up here, so.
Yes. I thought that might have been a strike, but just learning the strike zone from John Coons behind the plate, that one was too high.
7 stolen bases for Burnham and your best home run guy in the box right now.
Here's Max Anderson, their starting second baseman. Swings at the first pitch, fouls it off the end of the bat to the right side. Good start for Brecht. Anderson is at the top of their team in average .417. He's got 13 home runs, 13 doubles, got a couple of triples in there as well. Runner at first with 1 out. Pitch from Brecht. That's way out, and it gets to the backstop. Runner's going to advance to second. Burnham gets there.
It just looks like Brody's trying to overthrow that just a little bit, coming over the top of it. He's pulled a few of those on when Burnham was in the left-handed box. He was having to dance over those as well. Brody's missed almost everything into that left-handed batter's box.
Runner in scoring position now for the Huskers in the first. Wind blowing straight into Brody's face on the mound. The 1-1 pitch. Lifted in the air, down the line and right. This one getting towards foul territory, and it'll get out of play. 1 and 2. That one carried out of here, and that was handled. It hit off the handle over there to right.
Well, I was sitting by Coach McGrath in the dugout during batting practice, and you could really see balls that direction will fly. And you know, teams swing a little late on Brody, and that might be a trouble spot if they can elevate it.
Here's the 1-2. That's low and out. Ball 2. Wind rippling the flags off the poles. Not a light breeze out there to right. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out. Here's the pitch from Brecht. This one lifted in the air to center. Huckstorf will go back a couple of steps. He'll reach up. He'll grab it for the second out. He'll get the ball in quickly. The runner tagging from second to third, but 2 outs now in the inning.
Good piece of pitching there. Come back and show him the high fastball, or high slider actually, that he couldn't quite get up to the barrel, and just skied it out to center, and Huckstorf made the easy play.
Garrett Anglem will step in. He's their designated hitter. Bats from the right side. He's got a .344 average, a little bit of power with 5 home runs. Brecht will go to the windup with the first pitch to him. Fastball outside. Runner at third with 2 outs.
Well, now this is where, you know, we've seen Brody get a couple balls to the backstop here. It'd be important to just pitch within himself. He's got plenty of pace. Just get it done.
Off the plate outside once again, 2-0. Favorable count for Anglem. Brody tries to deal a strike. He cannot. 3-0. Outside fastball. On deck is Charlie Fisher, their first baseman.
Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to walk here. You maybe got a little bit better matchup in Fisher, but.
Here's the 3-0. Outside corner. Called strike 3 and 1. Yeah, the only thing that's somewhat concerning maybe is the the pitch count, but beggars can't be choosers, right?
Right, and I mean, you can't walk a guy if you're having a hard time finding the zone anyway.
Tight zone, low and out. Ball 4 from Brody. And so runners at the corners for the Huskers with 2 down in the top of the first.
That was actually a better pitch than the 3-0 pitch. Called that one a ball, though.
25th, first baseman, number 99.
Time called. We're going to have a mound visit from Coach McGrath in the first inning. Brody up to 18 pitches. He's got 1 more out to get. A couple of free bases in the inning.
And this could be as much of a chat about, hey, Brody, here's all I need you to do here. But if they do something squirrely with sending Anglem, here's how we're going to handle that with the runner on third.
Good point.
So are we going to throw through and get the tag? What if he goes through and stops? Iowa's had some difficulty handling that this year, where they haven't maybe executed that game plan perfectly. So not a bad thing to go out there and remind of, hey, here's how we want to do this.
Fisher's the batter. He'll step in from the left side. He's their first baseman. He's got a .280 average, but look out because he's 4th on the team in RBIs. He's got 25 runs batted in this year with 4 home runs, 3 doubles, 2 triples.
He's 2nd on the team in strikeouts, though, and just 82 at-bats. He has 32 strikeouts. So.
First pitch from Brody is a called strike. Goes with the slider to start things off.
And so, now Brody should be able to, again, if he can just find his command a little bit here, he should be able to maybe dictate the at-bat from ahead a little bit better.
Looking for a good start on the mound. One of the keys to victory today. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss. Nothing in 2.
Another good breaking ball there from Brody. Just slid it right across, and now you've really got your hole.
Brecht smells the blood in the water. Here comes the 0-2. Runner goes. That's high and out. They'll fake the throw down. Now they'll throw it to third, and he'll get back safely. They fake the throw to second, and the runner at third, Burnham, was maybe leaning, but
he was leaning. Cade's throw down was just a little high and toward the infield. I mean, it would have taken a really good one. He didn't have a lot of extra space there, but got what they wanted with the pump fake.
2 in scoring position for Nebraska now. Here's the 1-2. That's low and out. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs, just underway in Iowa City, but the Huskers threatening in the first.
You got him where you wanted him. You just now have to finish him off.
Looks in for the sign from Moss. He's got it. Brody comes set, the pitch. Low and in, ball 3.
good pitches, just not super competitive to be able to get a swing out of it. And so I don't know whether it's still cold, hard to grip the ball, but needs to finish him off.
Here's the 3-2. This is lifted foul and out of play deep down the left field line. You wonder if it's part of Nebraska's game plan to take a few pitches early, and hey, if he can throw them all for strikes, then you'll just tip your cap there. He's walked a couple here. A couple of batters have swung early in counts, but majority of them are laying off. Another 3-2 on the way home. Slider called third strike. Brody got him on the inside corner.
To your point there, though, Brody's first pitch hadn't been that competitive very often, or it had been taken, and then just had to work around. But yeah, he was taking his batting elbow pad off, but I don't think he was planning on walking back to the dugout.
He was hoping to change the mind of the umpire. It was not changed. Brody with a great freezing slider on the inside corner to put down Nebraska in the top of the first. 2 walks, 2 base runners for them, but no runs come across. The Hawkeyes come to the plate in the first after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
Iowa holds off Nebraska in the first. We'll come to the box now in the bottom half, trying to get on the board. Ben Wilmus will lead things off, followed by Keaton Anthony and Brennan DeRiggi. Raider Tello, Kyle Huckstorf, and Sam Peterson in the middle of the order for the Hawkeyes. 7, 8, 9, Sam Honar, Michael Seegers, and Cade Moss. They'll be taking on a left-handed starter for Nebraska, 6'4", 230-pound junior from Des Illinois, Emmett Olson.
5-1 on the season, making his 10th start. Has a complete game. 3.35 ERA, 53 2/3 innings, 34 hits, 24 runs, 20 earned, 16 walks, 56 strikeouts. Opponents hitting just 151.
Wow.
He's going to bring it in the low 90s with the fastball. Good 3-pitch mix, changeup, slider, curveball. Hawks will really have to try to dominate the zone.
He has a quick motion to the plate out of the windup. His pitch to start off Wilmus at bat is low and out for a ball.
And you heard Coach Heller talk about it. He's very competitive.
Ben slaps this foul to the right side, 1-1.
Got that little bit of bulldog in him that wants to come after it. And so
well, we were wrapping up the game with Bradley, and Coach Sutherland was already talking about this pitcher for Nebraska in our post-game show, as the 1-1 is a nice breaking ball in the inside corner. 1-2 now for Wilmus. One-two, check swing. Did he go? He did. Ben chased the outside breaking ball. He strikes out to start the bottom of the first. Here comes Keaton Anthony, the DH for Iowa, the redshirt sophomore from Hoshton, Georgia. The freshman of the year last year. This ought to be a fun battle. First pitch to Keaton. Backdoor breaking ball called strike. The outside corner.
Olson is fast. Holy cow.
Both of these pitchers, right, when they get their motion started, it's coming in as Anthony bloops this down the left field line. It will drop in for a base hit. Keaton rounds first. He's headed for second. Here comes the throw. He is safe at second. They called him safe.
That's your NCAA leader in doubles, and that was the only way he gets in there is to slide. So you kind of give the left hand, pull it back, take the right hand around. We're going to have a little discussion, but I don't know. We don't have replay, so
there's going to be no overturning this.
Right.
It was a good slide from Anthony, like you mentioned, John, and if you just slide into the bag there, you're probably out, to be honest.
Yeah, I thought the ball beat him there. He was complete complete dead meat getting in there, but it looked like he kind of pulled the left hand back, reached around with his right hand, and slid in the back door there a little bit.
Still a conversation going on, and oh boy, Nebraska's coach turns around, not thrilled, shaking his head, but not going to change anything, Coach Bolt. And we'll see Brennan DeRiggi in the box now. DeRiggi clubbed one to right in the first of the game on Wednesday to give Iowa the early lead. First pitch to DeRiggi, fastball, ooh, called strike inside portion of the plate. Olson comes set, here's the pitch. That's too far inside, and it gets DeRiggi to flinch back. 1 ball and 1 strike. When Olson's on the mound, he operates from the third base side of the rubber, way over there. He'll pause and deliver the 1-1. That's too far inside again to DeRiggi. Back to back, couldn't catch the corner. 2 balls and a strike.
Just watched the replay on Big Ten Plus. He might have gotten in there.
Safe at second.
Yeah.
The 2-1. Slider low, ball 3. Raider Tello's on deck for the black and gold in the bottom of the first. No score yet. 3 balls and a strike for DeRiggi with Anthony in scoring position at second. The pitch, that is a strike at the knees. Full count now.
It just came right back to kind of get me over fastball. Would have loved to have seen Brennan maybe be a little bit more aggressive there.
Full count pitch to the Hawkeye first baseman. Swing and a miss. He kind of fell away from that swing. He was leaning a little bit on his heels, it felt like.
Yeah, it kind of looked like maybe he was thinking it was going to have a little break and then realized it wasn't going to, and was able to get it past him. 93-mile-an-hour fastball.
Maybe up to Tello to bring home Anthony now with 2 outs. Keaton's at second. Pitch to Tello is low, ball 1. Nebraska wearing gray uniforms with Nebraska spelled out in red across the chest in script print. Red baseball caps with the white M on the front panel. 1-0 pitch to Tello, swing and a miss. Iowa countering with home whites. Hawkeyes spelled out in block lettering in black across the chest with a gold outline. Black numbers for Iowa. White baseball pants for the Hawkeyes today. Here comes the 1-1 to Tello. That's low and out, ball 2. Both pitchers throwing a lot of pitches in the first inning.
Well, and you really don't have a lot of time to ponder if you're the hitter when you step in on Olson. He just pretty much comes set and comes at you, so you've got to be alert.
2-1, swing and a miss. Raider chased that breaking ball that was in the dirt, 2-2. He's got a good mix, doesn't he?
Well, and that's the discipline you talk about, and I mean, of course, it's easy to say, and you know, you're just not going to get them all right. And that ball just fell right off the table.
2 balls, 2 strikes. This one's fouled back to the screen. Raider with a good hang. He'll stay alive. Kyle Huckstorf's on deck if we can get there in the first. For now, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs for Tello. He's choked up on the bat. Hawkeye third baseman is ready. The pitch is high and out, ball 3. It's close, but too high, I think, for a breaking ball, right?
Oh, yeah. Missed high and a little bit outside, so.
Full count pitch from Olson to Tello. Swing and a miss. Iowa strikes out 3 times in the inning. We've played 1 at Duane Banks. We're scoreless. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatkirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Top of the second inning, Gabe Swanson leading off for the Huskers. He's batting in the 6th spot today, followed by Josh Karen and then Dylan Carey. Breck's fastball is low to start off Swanson's at bat. Pretty good crowd on hand here this Friday night in a chilly Iowa City.
Filled in both sides. There's plenty of red here, but it's a good crowd on both sides of the all the way around. Pretty well filled up.
1 ball and 1 strike now for the Husker left fielder. Out of the windup, Breck's delivery is on the way. That's low and out, ball 2.
Swanson's probably a teammate of Cade Moss and Ben Wilmus, Johnston kid.
Breck goes outside with the 2-1, making it 3-1 now. From right-handed hitter, a sophomore from Johnston, as you mentioned. Strengthening the rivalry a little bit, huh? Here comes a 3-1 from Brecht. Nice breaking ball.
Oh, my goodness.
That is ball 4. And I think the umpire blinked on that one.
Wow. I mean, again, it's a high strike, but
it's a strike, John.
It's a strike. I mean, the zone does have a top, and that was not over it.
That was a good pitch from Brody, not rewarded there, so a leadoff walk for Nebraska in the second. And Josh Karen is in the box. Fastball inside from Brody. There's nothing on the corners so far.
Well, for Brody, there's not.
Karen's a right-handed hitter. Stands close to the plate. Brody's down 2-0 now in the count. With the slider low and out. Trying to find his way. Good defense behind you. This is a dangerous Nebraska offense, though. 2-0 from Brecht. Outside corner. That's a called strike. 2-1.
Yeah, you don't want to live on the free base side with these guys. There's just enough power up and down the lineup. Obviously they've got some big power guys, but you just don't really want to mess with a bunch of free bases.
Here's a pop fly hit foul to the right side. This will get out of play. It'll be 2-2 now. Nobody out in the Nebraska second. No score between the Hawkeyes and Huskers. Brecht looks in for the sign from Moss. He's got it, the pitch. Low and out, skipped in the dirt. Have an opportunity for a pickoff over at first. They got him! Moss with a great throw to DeRiggi, and we've erased that runner over there at first.
Cade Moss with a fantastic pickup as Brody bounced the breaking ball out in the left-handed batter's box. Cade picks it up left-handed. The runner did a nice job, read the down angle, got a jump, but when Cade picked it up, he was dead in the water. But ball 4 here, and we'll put the runner right back onto first base.
Tried to send an appeal, a very late appeal. It did not go around, so Nebraska will get that runner back to first, but felt like a good momentum swing possibility there. You get the pickoff, then you come back with a strikeout maybe. But
exactly, you feel pretty good about that now, and you feel like you're on the run. But
4 walks so far for Nebraska. 8-hitter Dylan Carey watches a fastball go by for a strike. 0-1 to start his at bat. And you mentioned the walk numbers for Nebraska, not particularly high. They're high in this game already.
Well, Swanson with 9 on the season, Karen with 9 on the season, both just hit double digits.
A swing and a miss on the 0-1. Great pitch from Brody. It's 0-2.
Carey's the guy that leads the team in strikeouts, so you want to finish this off right here. Don't let him battle back. Don't throw 5 more pitches to get him. Get him right now.
Just go for it. Check on the runner at first. Brody sends a fastball over there. Brennan had to snap his glove up to grab it.
If you're Brendan, you like having a big first base mitt down this one.
No balls and 2 strikes. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Chased it in the dirt. And there's the second strikeout for Brecht today.
Well done there. Now you've got to finish it off here. You don't want to mess around and get to the top of this order with 2 guys on base. So
it's Cole Evans.
No relation.
None.
None. I wouldn't claim him if he went to Nebraska.
Yeah,
So
I like the Evans that's in the black and gold sitting to my right. Here's the first pitch from Brody. It's low and out, and it gets away from Moss. Another one by Brecht that has gotten past Cade.
yeah, that one's probably going to be a pass ball. That one just seemed weird, although nope, rolled that up as a wild pitch, but looked like Cade almost stopped it, and then it just kind of
spun away.
Yeah, squirted past him.
Evans is their right fielder. He's a right-handed hitter. Nice pitch on the outside corner. It's 1-1. Nebraska fans will chime in on that call.
On the inside portion of the left-handed batter's box.
Hard slider, got the call. 1 ball, 1 strike. Brecht checks on the runner at second, now offers it home. That's a beautiful pitch. That's called a ball.
Okay, well,
just slow, 2-1.
That one was better than the last one. And we've talked about this on a number of Brody starts. He's a hard guy to umpire. He's a hard guy to catch, as you've seen from Cade too, but he's a hard guy to umpire.
Evans taps the 2-1 foul down to the left side. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Feels like Iowa could evade those back-to-back walks to lead the Nebraska second if Brecht can throw a strike right here. For a good pitch from Brody, the 2-2. Check swing, foul tipped it into the glove of Cade Moss, and it's a strikeout for Brecht. I would have been interested to see if he didn't foul tip it, if he would have called that a strike anyway. John, what do you think?
Well, we'll go with he should have. So then after that, no comment on whether he would or wouldn't have.
All right, a couple of walks in the inning, but a pickoff move down at first and a couple of strikeouts from the Hawkeye ace, Brody Brecht. And we hold Nebraska in the second. Hucksdorf, Peterson, and Honar coming to the plate in the bottom of the second. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Bottom of the second inning at Duane Banks, the series opener with Nebraska. Hucksdorf, Peterson, and Honar coming up in a game with no score to this point. Pretty good start for their pitcher, Emmett Olson, huh?
Right around, he's locating the breaking ball. One of the things that the Hawks hoped he might have a little bit of difficulty with, but he's done a really good job being in the zone. And then once he got ahead, forcing Hawkeye hitters to miss, as he misses just low there. All right, we've at least found some consistency with the strike zone, because that's a ball.
That one is a ball, yeah. Here comes the 1-0. Hucksdorf will take this down Main Street for a strike, 1-1. Left-hander is ready, the 1-1. Huck takes this below the knees, ball 2. I like the plate discipline so far from Kyle. Something to maybe get him going a bit.
Well, and sometimes, especially when he struggles, he takes that fastball for a strike. You see him kind of expand his zone a little bit, and now I guess we'll see with 2 strikes if he comes back with that breaking ball, if Kyle can maintain the discipline.
Time called in the box by Huckstorf.
A little cramp in his hip.
Yeah, he's pounding on his right hip with his fist. He's getting stretched out. Okay, now he's back in the box. He's ready. Got time called now again. Somebody from the Nebraska dugout is questioning that. And the home plate umpire is walking over and engaging. All right, now we're ready. Credit that injury time or something. I'm not sure what the discussion was there.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how it works with giving him time. They don't do it very often.
The 2-2. Good hands there by Kyle to not swing at that one. Counts full.
A nice job there. Actually, Olson showed fastball outside, kind of up and away.
Ball 4 to Huckstorf. A leadoff walk in the second for Kyle.
I barely looked back down when he was throwing that pitch.
I'm looking at a couple of notes here, and I got to shift my attention a little bit quicker to the plate here. We'll see Peterson now back in the lineup. He hit a couple of times against Bradley in the midweek. Missed 9 or 10 games with a hand injury. Good to see Petey back.
Huck's got 11 stolen bases, but Olson, the left-hander, will probably keep him fairly close over there.
Check on him right away. I'd assume that he's got a pretty good move, like a competitive move, not one that, hey, we're just keeping you close, but a pickoff move.
Interesting, though, with him being on the third base side of the bag, you get that little bit extra look. That one misses just low.
Yeah, ball 1 to Peterson.
I mean, and that could be, it doesn't look like much, but that could be the difference between getting your fingertips into the base and not.
Yeah. Huckstorf's got a great lead and a good read on that pickoff move. He scurries back without a slide. Nebraska's 21-11-1 overall. They're 7-2 in the Big Ten. They've got the best conference percentage. Overall, they'd be middle of the road. Peterson pops this up, fouling out a play to the right side. Winning percentage overall of .617, which would be 6th in the Big Ten. But for the conference standings, they're in pretty good shape.
Yeah, interesting, the conference leaders.
Here's one up and in to Peterson. Called a ball. That'd be in that tic-tac-toe board that you referred to, John. That would be in there.
And that hit a lot of the plate. But, Nebraska, the leader in the conference, but 9th in the conference in RPI right now.
2-1 to Peterson. Line drive into right. That is caught on the run. They're going to they thought about throwing it back into first, but Huckstorf was able to get back without that throw. So 1 out in the inning on the hard line drive by Peterson.
Petey just hammered that ball, but just right at the right fielder, and then it had enough carry that Evans was able to catch it easily, but couldn't really get organized enough to make a move on Huck at first.
We'll see Iowa's second baseman Sam Honar in the box now as he pops up the first one down the line and left. It's getting into foul territory and will get out of play. Feels like this could be a good position for Honar with his swing and power to right field to get a hold of one if he could.
I was thinking the same thing, and he's got a big hole to hit it into with the first baseman holding Huck on. He's just going to have to stay disciplined on the breaking stuff now.
Olson takes his time. I'll throw it over to first. It's a good matchup between two teams that are arguably playing at their strengths right now. Iowa's 12-2 at home. Nebraska's pretty good on the road, 6-1. No balls in the strike to Honar. This is high to Sam, ball 1.
You don't have to address that tie anymore.
No, that tie. What?
It was just a 6-1. You just ignore it.
That came early in the season. That was a high-scoring game, too. It's
like 16-all or something like that.
As Honar laces this one into right for a base hit. Huckstorf rounding second aggressively. He'll be at third. Runners at the corners. Good piece of hitting there by Sam Honar.
Low fastball. Honar went down, got it, drove it into right field. Hawks have runners on the corners with just 1 out. This is where they struggled the other night, was runner on third, less than 2 out. I think Coach Sutherland talked to you in post game. you know, if he was going to nitpick, that was the one thing of, in a game like this, you were only going to get so many chances, and you had to take advantage.
And we've got an early opportunity for Iowa now in the bottom of the second. Get on the scoreboard first with Honar at first, Hucksdorf at third. Here's Michael Seegers. First pitch to Michael. Squares to bunt, pulled it back. He did not go, and it was a called ball low and in.
Kind of looked like he held the bat up there, but fair enough.
They did send a check down to the line at first, but Michael didn't go. Michael's batting 8th today. 1-0 pitch on its way. Michael bunted this one.
Oh, Sam.
Did he bunt that foul, or was that a ball? I don't know if he caught it. The umpire.
It was a ball again, is what it's what the scoreboard shows.
Oh boy! So it got away from the catcher, and Sam stayed at first. I got the umpire that blocked me. I couldn't tell if Sam bunted that foul or if it just kicked away. It's 2-0.
Yeah, I thought Siegs kind of bunted it too, but he pulled it back again. But Honar.
Now he squared to bunt, puts it down the first base line. Here comes Hucksdorf. He'll score. Flip to first is in time. They called him out at first.
And motion from Michael Seegers that you don't see very often. He clearly thought he beat that ball out.
Well, in the meantime, Hawks score with Hucksdorf touching home plate. 1-0 in the second.
Catcher, number 40, Cade Moss.
So Seegers is out at first. Honar's at second now. Bottom of the order with Cade Moss.
Good execution there. Got the 2-0 pitch across the plate. Put down a good bunt.
Really good bunt.
Second baseman was late covering.
Moss will watch the first one go by for a strike at the knees. That free base ends up hurting Nebraska. Our first one of the game.
Exactly.
We've given Nebraska a couple of free bases, but made ours hurt first. 1-0 in the second. Moss for the Hawkeyes in the box. Stands in from the right side. 0-1 pitch outside. Ball one. Moss on the season. Trying to get things going. He's batting .266. He's got 5 doubles, 13 runs batted in. 1-1 pitch. Cade lines it into center. It is down for a base hit. They're sending Honar. Honar will score. It's an RBI single. Cade Moss. Hawks lead it 2-0.
That away, Cade Moss stayed with that. Just drove it right back where it came from. The Hawks continue the damage with 2 outs.
How many times we said that this year?
Yeah, boy, there was a run there. There's a run there for a couple weekends where they were unstoppable with 2 outs, and we'll get a mound visit.
Yeah, it was kind of like the South Alabama tournament, right? Even in Round Rock had some really good 2 outs, 2 strike hitting. And Iowa forcing the hand of Nebraska a bit here, at least in the form of a mound visit. Iowa 2, Nebraska nothing. Bottom of the second. We'll go back to the top of the order with Ben Wilmus when the mound visit concludes.
Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, a luxury hotel and spa, 5 restaurants and more, just minutes south of Iowa City.
Wilmus will get another look at the Nebraska pitcher Emmett Olson now. Struck out the first time.
Ben's done a nice job in the leadoff spot. One of the things you'd like to see him do is cut down on the strikeouts just a touch. You know, it's almost like he gets into that I'm gonna work you for a walk mode, and I'd like to see him be a little bit more aggressive on some of those.
Down in the count, 0-1 to start things off. This one's outside now, 1-1.
Last week, Iowa took the lead on the first game on Friday for Brody. Now it'll be up to Brody to come back out, shut him down, and get it done.
1-1 to Wilmus. Swing and a miss. A little bit tardy on that fastball. 1-2.
Saw 2 mid-70s breaking balls and then got heated up on a 92-mile-an-hour fastball on the inside.
It's good sequencing by the Nebraska pitcher. A ball and 2 strikes with 2 outs. The pitch. Chopper up the middle, over the pitcher's head. Shortstop charges hard. Throw on the run. Not in time. Wilmus beats it out.
Benny Wilmus with the infield single. Good hustle. Got it over the pitcher. We talked in pregame. The shortstop didn't always have the best throws. Good play by the first baseman there. That was Fisher that kept that ball from skirting down the right field line.
Yeah.
That could have been a little bit more fun for the Hawkeyes there.
And you like this. You bring up Keaton here with 2 on and 2 outs rather than have him leading off an inning. And so now Anthony's in the box. Iowa leading 2-0 in the second. Keaton swings for the fences on the first pitch and hit it foul back towards the catcher.
Now, Keaton, when he's at his finest, is really looking at that right center field gap. You can see the outfield has him shaded just a touch that way. Wind's helping him. Boy, you could elevate a ball here, and all of a sudden, you're a lot of fun if you're the Hawkeyes.
2-0s downstairs, rather 0-1 is low and in, ball 1.
And Olsen does like to pound that inside of the part of the plate. It'll be hard to drive the ball that way.
Maybe he can make a mistake. The 1-1, that's in the dirt way in front of the plate. Ball 2. Hawks lead it 2-0 in the second. Iowa with 4 hits today.
That ball bounced so far in front of home plate. Trackman didn't even pick it up.
Couldn't even get it. 2 on and 2 out. The 2-1. Anthony drives it deep to right. Get going, baby. It is gone. Keaton, Anthony, boom.
373. He got exactly what we were talking about. Got a breaking ball out over the plate to the right side. He went and just drilled it right out there. Right fielder took a couple lazy steps back, knew he had no chance. Hawks are up 5-0.
Keaton Anthony fired up as he touches them all. And the Hawks are on top with a big inning in the second. 5-zip.
Now, again, we've been here.
Hawks, bring us down to earth a little bit, John.
Well, a little bit. Well, but more of just what the Hawks need to keep doing. You know, it was 5-0 against Maryland after the bottom of the first inning. Finished Savacool. Instead, he got 5 innings. It's Emmett Olsen, 5-0 after 2. Finish him.
Yes, yes. That's the next order of business. We'll go with DeRiggi, and that's down Main Street for a strike. 5-0 Hawks in the second. All 5 runs coming in this inning.
He threw 3 1/3 last week.
Here's a line drive, base hit, keeping the foot on the gas with 2 outs. DeRiggi into the gap in right center. Aggressive round at first. He'll come back to the bag. A single with 2 outs.
You know, make them send somebody down to the bullpen right now to start getting loose.
Yeah, and they do. They're sending somebody down there.
You know, don't let the coach think he's got any chance of getting through this inning. And he probably will get through this inning, but just keep putting pressure on.
Here's Raider Tello. First pitch to Tello in the dirt. DeRiggi takes off for second. Throw down is safe. Off the bag, and Brennan is there at second.
It wasn't a great throw. Second baseman actually made a really nice pick on it to get it, but when DeRiggi slid into it, it knocked the ball out of his glove, so safe at second base. Olsen is everywhere on those breaking balls. I mean, that ball bounced well in front of the plate also.
Raider will watch this one miss low. 2-0, starting to get to him. And like you said, John, we're keeping the foot on the gas. Even with 2 outs, we've done basically all this with 2 outs in the second.
He was 3 1/3 against Northwestern.
Tello sends this to short. Going to be a tough play. Picked up there on a good hop. And the throw to first is in time to get Tello. But the Hawks score 5 in the second, highlighted by a 3-run bomb by Keaton Anthony to right field. Hawks 5, Huskers nothing. We're back for the third right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth at Duane Banks Field in Iowa City. Top of the third, Iowa 5, Nebraska nothing. Brody Brecht able to pitch with a lead now. He'll attack the top of the order for the Huskers.
Second time that they'll have seen him now, so he's going to have to be sharper than he was the first time through. Got through the first time unscathed, but he's going to have to be better if he wants to continue that trend.
Out of the windup, Brecht's first pitch is on the outside corner for a strike to Bryce Matthews. So 9 hitters have seen Brecht, and 4 of them walked. So something just to improve the next time through. Other than that, though, he's been able to get out of trouble. Here's a ground ball to DeRiggi. He knocked it down. He's racing to the bag, and he gets Matthews out.
Good job there as he just kind of kept it in front, corralled it, had him played perfectly, so then he had plenty of time to get over to the bag. One up, one down.
Yes. Kept Matthews off the base paths. He's one of their best hitters, and he's tried to steal 19 bags this year. He's swiped 15, so imperative to keep him off the base paths today. First pitch is outside to Burnham. He walked in the first.
Rader better turn around because Brody's about to pitch.
Squares to bunt again. Outside strike call, 1-1. Nebraska fans getting a bit vocal.
Well, we have had a very wide to the outside strike zone.
1-1 from Brecht. Tapped foul to the right side, 1-2. We've talked about the consistency of the zone. Is it one of those where it's consistently inconsistent?
No, it's been he's been a ball outside to both sides of the plate, so it's been pretty good that way. Inside he doesn't like.
1-2's in the dirt.
So basically through 2 innings, it seems like you've just, whatever the hitter is, you shift it an inch or 2 outside.
Okay.
So because you're not getting the inside part of the plate, but you are getting that back on the outside.
The windup, the 2-2 to Burnham. Got him, swing and a miss. Dive bomb slider, 2 down.
Beautiful pitch there as it just broke right down into the low side right by the back knee. There's 2 away. See if Brody can get clean here.
Yeah, I'm not going to say it. You're not going to say it. But, man, this is a good batter to get out right now after you put up 5 in the last inning. It's Max Anderson. Swing and a miss. Good start from Brecht. Got the first 2.
And you're going to need to be careful missing away with the fastball. He hit a foul ball the first at bat that probably dented a windshield over there in the parking lot, but Brody gets the 97-mile-an-hour fastball past him again. It's 0-2.
Brody's on the mound, and he's ready as Anderson takes his time to get back in the box. Here comes the 0-2. That's high, just below the eyes. 0-1.
I like the show. Now you set him up for low slider out of the zone away. Busted off of him.
Let's see if you call your shot. The 1-2 outside with a fastball. So the location was right. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. I think Brody's done fooling around with this batter. Iowa 5-0 in the top of the third. Brecht out of the windup. Here comes the 2-2. Ground ball to third. Tello's got it on a hop. He'll step, he'll throw, he'll get him out over there at third. Hawks hold Huskers scoreless in the top half. They get the shutdown inning. Iowa 5, Nebraska nothing. Back to the bottom of the third right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Today is the day. After countless hours of research, cutting back expenses, and 9 months of anxiously waiting for her, today is the day you finally bring home your new car. It's also the day to protect her with an auto policy from Shelter Insurance. Our policies are competitively priced and include new car replacement coverage if anything were to happen to your new baby.
To find an agent near you, visit shelterinsurance.com. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
an ultimate shutdown inning there by Brecht and the Hawkeye defense to not only hold Nebraska scoreless, but put them down 1-2-3 and bring their pitcher out right away after he gave up 5 runs in the last time.
Exactly, and 3 up, 3 down through that part of the order. You just set down 1, 2, 3. 2 guys hitting over 400 and another one hitting 329. So well done there. Now, the flip of that is, you've got to finish it here. You can't let him off the hook with an 8-pitch inning and get back in the dugout.
Huckstorf will lead off the bottom of the third. Iowa leading 5-0. First pitch to Kyle's low and out. Olson's at 51 pitches. Keep driving that up. That one wasn't even close outside. Would have hit a left-handed batter. 2-0.
There is action in the bullpen. They're getting loose. Nobody's throwing from the mound yet, but again, keep working him, drive it up high.
3-0 to Huckstorf. Kyle walked and scored in the second.
We've seen Huck with a red light or a green light before. Love to see red here.
And this one is low and out, gets all the way to the backstop. Catcher reached back for a ball from the umpire, but he couldn't supply him one because that's a live ball on the walk.
I love seeing that. You kind of forget. They get so trained to just, hey, give me the ball, and then all of a sudden it's like, nope, yeah, that ball's, Huck's running, he can get down there and go.
So Huckstorf with a leadoff walk in the third. Peterson will step in. Hard line drive to right. That was caught back in the second. And this is just how the second inning started, right, with a leadoff walk to Kyle.
Correct. And Petey then followed with a rocket right to the right fielder.
Wilson with a pause. The 1-0. That's a strike. 1-1. Wasn't really keeping that close of a look at Huckstorf at first. I think he was focusing so hard on throwing a strike because he'd missed with the first 5.
Yeah, he'd been struggling a little bit. Huck's got a good lead, but it's still kind of a one-way lead.
Not close. That's low and in. Ball 2.
Last inning, the Hawks did a great job of staying off breaking balls, making him throw those for strikes. He started missing. Done a good job here so far this inning.
2-1. Peterson, chopper, foul down the third base line, and it'll be 2-2.
Petey in his comeback Wednesday, his second at bat, had a little bit of Pee Wee Little League Baseball idea. Beats it out on the air, then runs down, steals second base, goes to third. He was having all kinds of fun out there. He was glad to be back.
The 2-2, ground ball to third, scooped up there, thrown to second for 1, on to first, safe at first. Peterson beats that out, but Nebraska gets the lead runner, and Huckstorf is out at second.
Good wheels from Petey to stay out of a double play.
That's the hustle that we talked about with Coach Heller in pregame. I don't really know why I felt the need to ask Coach Heller about the hustle of the team today, because they always hustle, and that's one of the staples of the program. But felt the need to ask him that, and that's a good example there for Peterson to beat that out down the line. We'll see if Iowa can get something going now with Honar.
He should have pretty healthy legs. He's been out a couple weeks, so his legs are relatively fresh.
1-0 pitch to Honar. This is a tapper foul to the right side in front of the Iowa dugout. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, and the Hawkeye third. Iowa 5, Nebraska nothing.
Sure, he'd been working out when he was injured there, but still not quite the same as running around on the field and taking at bats and kind of doing all those things. Yeah,
right, taking a swing and getting out of the box, getting down the line, things like that.
Letting him get his hand situated again to protect the injury, as that's how he hurt it in the first place.
Yeah, he's got the sliding mitt on at first.
The oven mitt.
The oven mitt, yeah. The 1-1. Honar takes a good cut at it, but missed it and hit it foul. It's 1-2.
If Sam can stay engaged here. Protect but not expand the strike zone with 1-2.
Try a pickoff move to first. Peterson's back without a slide.
I'm like you. I'm going to guess he's got a better one. He just hasn't shown it yet.
Yeah. Maybe a setup. Here's a much better move, and Peterson is able to slide back safely that time.
That was the step-off move. Remember the one that Honar got picked off, it was a couple series ago. Yeah, I think so, where the guy stepped off and threw it over. Indiana,
yep. 1-2, that is inside. Great pitch, but not called a strike. It was off the plate inside.
It was off the plate. Like I said, it's shaded that way. He's been very consistent with that side where you're not getting that inside pitch, but you're going to get the outside corner.
2-2 to Honar. Ooh, this one hit him in the hands. They said that he did not go around. Sam's going to get first base. Oh, boy, the Nebraska coaching staff, they're heated. They're out of the dugout as Honar turned. Honar turned like he was going to swing at it, and he took it off the underside of the forearm.
Actually, we're going to bring him back.
The home plate umpire is arguing with Sam Honar. I guess I should rephrase that. Sam is questioning why the home plate umpire is pulling him back, but they are bringing him back. And what are they calling this? Are they saying that Sam's going to be out?
Well, it'd be a foul ball.
It's got to be a foul ball, right? We got to sort this out.
Sam better get dressed, or he's going to get called for a time violation when the time comes to pitch.
And so now the home plate umpire is talking with Coach Heller, and now the umpires are going to come together. So in the meantime, we'll pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. A meeting of the minds in between the pitching rubber and the home plate down the third base side. I can't imagine that this hit the bat in any way, but it hit Sam.
Well, and
so this is quite a decision.
And when the third base umpire says he doesn't swing, then
that's an HBP, hit by pitch.
Right. Otherwise, yeah, it's a foul ball. Suit Sam back up. Let's do it. Looks like it hits his under elbow.
Oh, they say that it hit him, and Honar's going to get first. And here comes the Nebraska coach, Will Bolt. He gets out of the dugout. And now we'll see what he's got to say. And
I mean, you did what you're asked to do. Everybody came to a conference. They allegedly came to a conclusion, and you know, not having replay in Big Ten baseball, you don't really have a choice to go back and see it. You just ask the four umpires, what did you see? And consensus says it hit him in the arm and he didn't swing. So
it didn't hit the bat. They sent an appeal down to third. He didn't go around, and it hit him. I think that marks all the criteria for hit by pitch, and you're awarded first base.
Right. You've checked all the boxes for an HBP, and
mainly, I just want to jump in here for a second. The coach in Nebraska, he's really letting Sean Schaefer Markle at third know about it. Not so much the home plate umpire.
Right, he's getting a chat with the home plate umpire, but the third base umpire was close enough to hear it, and I think he's more mad that they didn't call the swing. But again, that's such a bizarre call that we've seen called 100 different ways all year with whether they're through the plate or not through the plate. And now we're going to have a mound visit.
Yeah, now time is called.
And
this could be it. It is it for Emmett Olson. He is done. In the bottom of the third, Iowa 5, Nebraska nothing.
Who says this isn't a rivalry?
Ooh, it's getting chippy. You see a few of the fans going back and forth. And Olson comes off the mound. He's talking to himself, but I think he's directing that elsewhere.
I say, is he?
Yeah.
He's doing a good job of yelling to himself, but he's not yelling to himself.
Iowa 5, Nebraska nothing in the bottom of the third. The Hawks have a couple of runners on with one out. They'll go to the bullpen. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll let you know who that new pitcher is right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oaknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
At US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing US Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever. Oh my goodness.
Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to US Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Nebraska has to go to the bullpen in the third inning. The Hawks able to chase Emmett Olson out of the game. And the Huskers will turn to Corbin Hawkins. He's a right-handed pitcher, 6'2", 210 sophomore, a local kid to Nebraska. He's from Omaha.
2-0 on the season, making appearance number 11, 2.25 ERA, 16 innings pitched, 17 hits, 4 runs. They're all earned, 6 walks, 15 strikeouts. Opponents do hit 279. Can't see it on the radio, but think Dan Quisenberry, Kent Tekulve, low, 9 o'clock or below on his release point. Low 80s fastball, good slider, changeup. Hawks will have to drive him up in the zone and then get after him.
Very different from Olson, who we just saw. The batter is Seegers. First pitch to Michael. That floats in for a strike. Here's the thing with this sidearm pitcher. You're going to see it. He doesn't really hide it. There's nowhere to hide it. You're going to see it all the way in.
See it all the way in. It's going to come up there, and it's going to have a little bit of dip to it. So just now be ready for it.
Runners at first and second with 1 out. Michael grounds this right to second base. Flip to second for 1. This is double trouble. Double play. Nebraska turns it. Nothing doing for the Hawks in the third. It was a dramatic, tense inning. But Iowa cannot quite score. Iowa 5, Nebraska nothing. We got the 4th inning coming up right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Ooh, got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
John Evans, John Leo in the broadcast booth at Duane Banks in Iowa City. Top of the 4th, Iowa 5, Nebraska nothing. Brody was in the dugout for quite some time there. He'll have to warm back up on the mound.
Was just thinking that too. That had a great shutdown inning in the third, and then you had mound visit, you had a couple arguments, you had a couple base runners. Brody will have to come out, stay just as focused as he was last inning, see if he can mow through here.
He set down 1, 2, 3, the top third of the order. He put them down in order in the third. So we're at 4, 5, 6 now. Anglem, Fisher, and Swanson. Brody's delivery on the way home. That's outside. A couple of pitches missing, and it's 2-0.
Yeah, he's missed down again on both of those, and then that one, kind of that same issue we had the first 2 innings where he pulled it. Just like to find back the middle of the zone.
Outside corner, fastball, called strike, 2-1. This is Anglem, who walked his first time up in the first. He's their DH, right-handed hitter.
20 strikeouts and 61 at-bats.
Brody cannot find the zone with that fastball. Everything's been outside, hasn't it?
Yeah, again, it's kind of that, just overthrowing it a little bit, release point being a little bit late, and he just pulls over the top of it and misses wide.
3-1, breaking ball up and in, ball 4. First pitch strike's been a little bit of a problem today.
Yeah, you saw that last inning when he finally got it done and he mowed through them. And the innings before, he's really kind of struggled with that to get ahead. And obviously walk number 5, not a number you want out of your Friday guy through 3+ innings here.
We'll get to Fisher, the first baseman, left-handed hitter. Out of the stretch, Brody's pitch is in there for a strike. Good start from Brecht.
A good fastball there, kind of found center. He can't really miss the way he has been missing to the left-hander.
So the slider there that's tapped foul. Great pitch from Brody, 0-2 now.
Again, brought that one back in, dropped it right in on the back knee again, swung right over the top. Got a easy tapper. Wouldn't mind seeing a ball just kind of right to Honar here. And
that'd be good.
Turn 2, limit the pitch count a little bit.
Here's the pitch. That's way inside. Almost hit him. Ball 1. And it's still, even though it almost hit him, it's still close enough Not to be called a strike, but a little bit more competitive than some of the other ones.
Backdoor slider.
Here's the 1-2. There it is. Did not get called a strike. It's outside 2-2.
And that one is the one that has been called a lot. And maybe just a little bit high, but boy, right painted it on the outside part of the plate after he stood him up. Good pitch there from Brody.
The pause, the 2-2. This one is hit foul back to the screen, and Fisher stays alive. I wouldn't want that backdoor slider anywhere else, really. Maybe a little bit more inside, so it's called a strike, obviously, but that's a really good pitch.
Right, that was outstanding. Ball kind of gives up on it, and it just almost catches the outside.
Fastball is high and out, ball 3. Fastball command has been a little bit harder to come by, especially in comparison to the slider. The slider's been better today. 3 balls and 2 strikes with nobody out in the Nebraska 4th. Iowa 5-0. Here's the pitch. Off the end of the bat, shot down the line at third. This will get foul. That would have been a really tough play for Tello. He was playing a little bit deep, and it barely got to him.
Okay, I got to ask you, though, shot down the line at third?
I should have said shot off the end of the bat. Shot is probably not the right word, I guess. Spun.
Cue ball down there.
3 balls and 2 strikes again. Brecht is ready. Here's the pitch. Foul ball again.
I'm just preparing you for Twitterverse.
Sure, yes.
Good at bat here. Fisher's doing a nice job. Brody's been able to come around the plate and see if he can surprise him. I don't know that Fisher's had to look for a fastball because he doesn't really think Brody can throw it.
Another full count pitch on its way home. Slider high, ball 4. Back-to-back walks to start the 4th. Getting in a little bit of trouble here.
Really good at bat there from Fisher. Fouled off a couple good pitches and then was able to show some patience on a ball that was close. Boy, he took two really good ones. The one on the outside corner, and I didn't see exactly how Cade framed it up. If he did a good job pulling it in and kind of giving the umpire a good look at it, but boy, it was close, and that one was, you're just not going to get that high breaking ball very often on the strike. So
how do you figure that Nebraska's drawn so few of walks this year then? Just because they put it in play? It's not that they strike out, but I mean, they've had really good plate discipline today. There's a slider to start off the at-bat to Gabe Swanson.
Well, I think you're right on. You hit it right on. They're going to tend to attack strikes, and they're going to tend to attack early. Brody's just had a hard time kind of finding that command right away.
This one will get to the backstop. Fastball outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Nobody out. Runners at second and third now for Nebraska. I was leading 5-0, but in a bit of danger here.
Because right now Brody's fastball is, I don't want to say gone, but I mean that one again is in the left-handed batter's box. It's not a pitch that even Cade can come up with, and so if he's just a slider guy, it's going to be a hard time.
There was a fastball that was fouled off. I was just about to add to that by saying that I don't remember the last time Brody threw a strike for a fastball for a strike.
Right, really good one there. Came back, elevated it in the zone too, so it's going to be really hard for the hitter to come up with at 97 miles an hour. So now he's going to have to finish it off.
The 1-2 is up and in, I guess. Ball 2. Haven't gotten that call all day, so we just got to accept it.
Well, that's, again, twice now, though. I mean, as we look back at this inning, twice now Brody's thrown strike 3 that wasn't called.
The 2-2, that one's called. Got him on the inside corner to the slider in the front door.
Good pitch, good bounce back there. Buckled Swanson's knees, and then Swanson was just hoping beyond hope that the inside strike wasn't called again.
5th strikeout of the game for Brecht. That one comes in the top of the 4th. Still those runners at second and third, just 1 out in the inning. We'll see Karen in the box. Brecht, slider, called strike.
So maybe you can break it away from him and get that spot, but when you're breaking it into him, you don't get that spot. I'm learning.
I know. 0-1 pitch. That one's another strike at the knees. 0-2.
I will have my flow chart diagrammed by the 7th inning.
Well, we got to it in the Bradley game, right? We got to it where in the 7th or 8th. We were kind of joking that we finally figured out the strike zone. Brecht is ready with the 0-2. Looks in. The pitch. Fastball outside. 1-2 now.
That was closer. Again, it's still not exactly what you're looking for, but a better pitch. He kind of showed it up high. Easy for Moss to grab.
The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Foul tip into the glove. 2 down.
Brody Brecht battling back. He's got a chance here.
This would be big time.
You bring in Carey, the other really high strikeout guy.
Not quite out of the woods yet. Runners at second and third with 2 outs. Brecht looks for the sign. Out of the stretch, the pitch. That's low. Ball 1.
Good block there from Moss. You want to try to go back after him, but outfielders are deep. And sometimes you see guys get little cue ball hits off Brody.
This one's outside. 2-0. Carey struck out his first time up. Brody has faced the bottom half of the order, getting through 2 times now, and this is where he's really gotten the high strikeout rates. Gonna have to work hard to get one here. The 2-0 slider inside corner, 2-1.
Good snap back there. Love to see Brody clean this inning up, and
he's working quickly. He's ready with the 2-1. It's on its way home. Tapped foul, 2-2.
Good battle, came right back to the zone. Really, again, when you don't have your best, you just have to kind of keep doing what you're doing, and
stay committed, right?
He's doing a nice job moving around the slider, showing fastball often enough.
Time called. The home plate umpire thought that Brody was working too quickly. Well, how does that work? He puts up the stop sign to him.
The guy was in the box too, so I'm not sure what the holdup was.
Moss flashes the signs. Brecht agrees. The 2-2, feels it, deals it. It's in the dirt, gets all the way to the backstop. Moss can't find it, and Nebraska will score. Their first run comes across in the 4th. It's 5-1.
Yeah, still don't have a hit, and now they've managed to run. And so that was actually a breaking ball too. So it's just there's just and your hands are cold, so it's hard you're trying to find your grip. So finding that right grip pressure, Brody's just struggled with that all day.
Lock back in, the 3-2, ground ball up the middle. Backhand play by Honar. He'll throw it from his knees, not in time at first. Another run scores for Nebraska. It's 5-2. I'm not sure if Honar didn't see that off the bat. His reaction was very delayed to get to that one.
And I'm not sure what he would have been able to do differently. Maybe he could have gotten in front of it, or at least been on his feet to just backhand it instead of have to dive and get it. But now if you're Brody, you've got to finish the inning here.
First hit of the game for Nebraska comes right there. Strike to Evans to start his at bat. Didn't mean to cut you off there, John. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. You can't roll it around to the top again with base runners on. 5-2 is good enough, and just finish it off here and move on.
He's got Evans totally fooled. He chased the slider outside. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner at first in the Husker 4th. The free bases finally came around and hurt us.
If I'm a Husker hitter, I'm not looking for anything other than a breaking ball. He hasn't shown that he's going to really consistently throw that fastball for a strike.
0-2, dots the corner, called third strike. There's a punch out for Brecht. He gets another strikeout, but the Huskers get 2 runs in the 4th. The 2 walks come back and hurt us. We'll go to the bottom of the 4th. We'll try to answer with a couple of our own. It's 5-2, Hawks lead. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong Team, with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong Team with Skogman Realty for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
The Hawkeye catcher, Cade Moss, will lead off the Iowa fourth inning. Hawks lead cut to 3. Breck's got 7 strikeouts, but he's got 6 walks, and the last 2 really hurt us.
Well, and again, you see what free bases do to you. I mean, he's thrown 89 pitches now through 8 innings. But, you know, you gave up 1 hit. There was only 1 ball. In 4 innings pitched, Brody's allowed 1 ball out of the infield. And somehow you gave up 2 runs doing that. And so that's the free base problem.
Moss watching a pitch drift inside corner for a strike. He'll pick up Brecht a little bit here in the 4th. What do you say? Cade takes this one even slower. My goodness, that's a called strike.
Great breaking ball there. And a lot of times you see the submarine guys try to really cross up right-handers and throw it to the outside. He really likes to work the inside part of the plate.
High chopper hit to short, charged hard, thrown over to first to get Moss by a couple of steps to start the 4th. Good play by Matthews there.
A guy that might be battling the throwing yips. That was a good one. I mean, and maybe that's it. You come in, charge it, and you can't really think about it. You're able to just whip it across the diamond and put in a good one. But this is a big spot. Wilmus can see this type of hitter, or this type of pitcher.
I agree. He'll squared a bunt on the first one, and this one would have gone behind a left-handed hitter, way outside away from Wilmus, ball 1.
You know, the right-hander's going to fall off to third base the way he throws it. So you've got, this is low and away there. You know, you really can bunt it. If you get it past the pitcher and make the first baseman field it, Wilmus is going to win the race.
Yeah. 2-0 pitch. Wilmus gets the hips going, but doesn't commit to it. 2-1. This is totally different than the left-handed pitcher that we saw to start the game, right? I mean, the velocity, but also the placement, too.
Right. He's high 70s, low 80 with a fastball.
Have we seen the fastball yet?
Yeah, that is
that it?
That is
80?
it right there.
Okay.
80-mile-an-hour fastball. Misses wide. Nebraska fans aren't happy, but that ball's 3 balls off the outside part of the plate.
3 balls and a strike to Wilmus. Swings and hits this foul. To the left side, 3-2. So the adjustment that Iowa has to make is you go from seeing low 90s to high 70s.
Right. And
consistently.
And heavy breaking ball that's in the low 70s and might even end up in the 60s.
Full count pitch to Wilmus. Low and out, ball 4. Good hang there by Ben. That one, he got a good look at it. It came all the way across in front of him. Swept across the zone, ball 4.
Oh, because that curveball's got 23 inches of break. It's not a little bender. It really sweeps because of the arm angle and how he comes in at it. So this is a pretty good guy to have up at the plate.
It's Keaton Anthony's turn. He hit the 3-run bomb in the 2nd. Keaton will watch the first one drop low, ball 1. Boy, I feel like if you elevate, if the pitch is high at all in the strike zone, could be trouble for Nebraska.
Well, that's
this one is low and in, ball 2.
Sidearm guys, I mean, that's got to be the win. You know, obviously you saw it with Seegers grounded into the double play. You've got to elevate him up so that you can get a ball you can drive. Otherwise, you're really just going to pound it into the ground.
Way outside on the 2-0. Maybe not giving Keaton anything to hit.
Hawkins is quick to the plate, so not really an opportunity to steal second, but not that you're going to want to take the bat out of Keaton's hands anyway.
Here's one that catches the corner on the outside. 3-1.
I'm guessing Keaton's happy about that.
Yeah, he wants to swing it.
I mean, he'll do whatever it takes for the team, but I bet he wants at least one more look at this.
That one, he'll get that other look, and it's way outside. Ball 4. Couple of walks now to the top of the Iowa order. Hawkeyes trying to make them pay.
And Hawkins just had 6 walks coming in, so already adding significantly to that total.
Time called.
A mound visit.
Quick chat on the rubber. Iowa 5, Nebraska 2, bottom of the 4th. Runners at first and second with 1 out.
Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. Homewood Suites and Home to Suites by Hilton. Each offer guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country.
I was thinking earlier, John is having a discussion with some of the people up here in the press box. Is Nebraska totally rebranded? They're not called the Cornhuskers anymore. They're just straight up the Huskers. Has that caught your attention at all?
It's not terminology I use when I speak of them.
Ha! We'll have to leave that there, won't we?
Yeah, we're not going I'm not taking that one any further, but so I'm not sure what they're called along those lines.
Soft tossed you one and you hit it out into Hawkins Drive. All right. Here's DeRiggi. First pitch is at 69 miles an hour, low and out, ball 1. Runners at first and second for the black and gold in the bottom of the 4th. 1 out. Try to do some damage. Just float one to Brennan.
See if you can get one up and elevate it a little.
That one's low. 2-0. Activity in the Nebraska bullpen. They've got 2 arms getting loose out there. None of them have got to the rubber. They're all at the base of the mounds out there. And they might need to pick it up because Hawkins cannot find the strike zone right now.
They're doing it the wrong way. They've got a lefty and a righty, and both arms are coming together. They need to switch pitching rubbers out there.
Ball 4, 4-pitch walk. 3 walks in the inning now. Wilmus, Anthony, and DeRiggi. They load the bases for Raider Tello.
Not a ton have been particularly competitive either, so Hawks are doing a good job trying to force him up. He's trying to live in the bottom of the zone. Everything's dropping away. We'll see if Tello can show the same patience, get one he likes, and drive it out to right field.
1 out. Raider watches the first one be called a strike.
Holy cow.
That was a pity call, I think.
Wow.
That one was at the shins.
And inside.
0-1, Raider taps this to the left side. The pitcher comes off the mound. He bobbles it, throw to first. Gets Raider by a half a step. It'll bring home a run, and it's 6-2.
Pretty good swinging bunt, I guess. And, I mean, the hard part of getting that first pitch called against you is you have to swing at that one now. It's in the bottom of the zone. It's going to be a strike. You can't go down 0-2. But the important part, Hawks get one and still have a chance to drive in 2 more.
Wilmus scores his second run of the day. Tello with the RBI ground out. Runners at second and third, 2 outs. Hucksdorf sends it right back to the pitcher on the ground. Flip to first to get Kyle there. Hawks leave a couple on. Had the bases loaded with 1 out. Only get 1 run out of the sequence. Hawks 6, Huskers 2. We'll bring you the 5th right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Ooh, got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
Iowa gets 1 in the 4th to build their lead back to 6-2 now over Nebraska. We'll get to the 5th. We're going to go with Brody again for another inning. This is a big inning for Brecht.
Well, the nice part for the Hawks was, Nebraska got runs and you answered. You didn't go 3 up, 3 down. Let them throw a 0. And now Brody's going to have to go through the top of the order here again. And our between inning entertainment's running a little long here.
Have a little bit too much fun with it. And we're now ready for play in the top of the 5th. Hawks up by 4. top of the order now for Nebraska. So it'll be Matthews. He's 0 for 2 today.
Swung at the first pitch of the game. Not sure you're going to see that happen right now.
Breck deals a slider low and out to start the at-bat. I think
it was Whitlock was warming up. I'm not sure who else was.
A couple of bodies down there. Brody fastball that is in the dirt to the backhand side of Moss, and he gets all the way to the backstop. 2-0. Out of the windup, the 2-0 delivery again, low and out. Ball 3. I don't know how to solve this.
When Brody came out at 89 pitches, I was a little surprised.
3-0 pitch to Matthews, in there for a strike.
This would be a great battle back here. You really don't want to put Matthews on. 15 of 19 stolen bases, and then just table setting for the really big hitters.
This one's drilled into the left center gap. It'll get down and to the wall. Matthews clubbed that. He's headed for second. He's in with a stand-up double to start the 5th.
I think that's 36 or 7 games in a row now that Matthews has been on base. He's just outstanding in the leadoff spot.
That wouldn't surprise me. Good hitter. We'll go with Burnham now in the box. Iowa's just got one arm throwing. We believe it's Jack Whitlock, but can't exactly fully tell from this distance. For now, Breck's still in the game. Out of the stretch. Goes to a swing and a miss to Burnham.
And that is 37 in a row for.
That's impressive. I'm not shocked by that. He's a good ball player.
Yeah, he's got that look. He's gonna go somewhere in June.
Right. Here's the 0-1. Burnham squares the bunt that hit him. Hit him in the leg. We're gonna see if he went around to bunt. They send it down. They say they didn't go around.
No chance in anything that he was going to get called for an attempted bunt there.
So basically the same thing that happened for us a couple innings ago happens for Nebraska. They've got 2 runners on now with nobody out. Got a force somewhere, but dangerous hitter in Max Anderson. He could cause a lot of problems. Sticking with Brody for now. Breck's got the sign from Moss. The pitch to Anderson. Outside, ball 1. Create a dicey situation. If Anderson gets on, then you probably have to go to the bullpen. Here comes Coach McGrath to slow things down for now. And just looking ahead, okay, if Brody has to come out of the game after this batter, or something along those lines, if the bases somehow get loaded, you bring in somebody from the bullpen in a really, really tough situation.
Yeah, you're going to be asking a lot of your bullpen unless Brody can bear down here. Interesting alignment for the Hawkeye infield. Normally you see a right-handed. We're talking about playing him to pull or doing something like that. So you've got the shift on over on the third base side. Iowa is actually almost shifted the other way. Seegers is well up the middle. Honar's in kind of a more normal gap at second base, and Deriggi's then well off the line. So really pinched kind of into that right center field gap. Same place you see Huckstorf out in center.
Ready for play. The 1-0 on its way, low and out. Ball 2.
The Coach McGrath mound visit, which is usually gold, didn't get it done.
Not on that one. Breck taking his time now. 2-0, same spot, low and out, ball 3. Hawks up by 4. But Nebraska on the brink of loading the bases if Anderson sees another ball.
About to bring the tying run to the plate with nobody out here in the 5th inning.
Here comes the 3-0. That's a called strike at the knees. 3-1.
Good pitch there. Dotted the fastball up on the outside, low outside part of the plate. Gonna have to keep battling.
Working quickly now, the 3-1. That's a called strike outside corner. Hold on a minute, 3-2.
Back-to-back fastballs he's come with. Love it. if there's ever a good time to find your fastball feel, it would be now.
Yep. Find a way to get Anderson out. Here comes the 3-2 from Brecht. Downstairs, ball 4. Bases are loaded for the Huskers. Nobody out in the 5th.
Garrett Anglem.
And that will do it for Brody. Coach Heller coming out of the Iowa dugout. The Hawkeyes going to the bullpen, and whoever's coming out of that bullpen, they've got their hands full. We'll let you know who the next Hawkeye pitcher is coming up right after this. Top of the 5th inning. Bases loaded for Nebraska. Nobody out. Hawks lead at 6-2. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At MidAmerican Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of MidAmerican Energy.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/Iowans win.
Top of the 5th inning in Iowa City. Iowa 6, Nebraska 2, but the Huskers are in business. Hawks in a bit of trouble now. Have to go to the bullpen. Brody Brecht's day is done, but he's responsible for all the runners that are on each of the bases out there right now. Bases loaded for Nebraska, nobody out. Jack Whitlock coming into the game. He's a right-handed pitcher. 6'2", 205, a sophomore from Cumming, Georgia. Whitlock into the game, making his 10th appearance. He's got a 3-0 record with a 0.82 ERA, 11 innings pitched, 3 hits, 4 runs. 1 of them was earned. 2 walks, 8 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .088 against him. No time to feel sorry for yourself or anything along those lines, but man, he's going to come in here with the bases loaded and nobody out.
Welcome to the game, Jack Whitlock.
Man.
Tough spot here is obviously, obviously strikes are imperative as we've, because when Brody leaves the game, Brody walked 7, hit 1.
More free bases than strikeouts for Brody today, and he had a lot of strikeouts.
Right, and factor in the wild pitch free bases and those types of things, and pretty giant number for your Friday guy.
So a double, a hit batter, and a walk have loaded the bases for their designated hitter, their cleanup hitter, Garrett Anglem. He's walked twice today. Whitlock out of the windup with the bases loaded and nobody out. First pitch, high and out, ball 1. Whitlock was nails on Wednesday against Bradley. Quick turnaround to play today.
Same in Minnesota on Saturday. See, Friday night guy.
Yep. 1 ball, no strike delivery. Hit back to the screen. Foul ball, 1-1.
Yeah, he was the Friday night game. Savary was the...
Right. Crowd a little bit on edge here. Significant momentum hanging in the balance.
Can't imagine why.
Yeah. 1-1. That drops in just low. Ball 2.
My flow chart's broken. I don't know where the strike zone is right now.
We credited the consistency, John. We might have to circle back to that. Here comes the 2-1. Swing and a miss. No doubt about that. 1-2-2.
22 inches of break on that one from Jack. 23 on the pitch before that just allegedly dropped below the strike zone. But good comeback there. And I'm going to need that same one, same spot, maybe get a rollover ground ball.
The 2-2, he chased it. Swing and a miss.
Strikeout will do it too.
That one didn't even pop up on your grid, John. It was way outside.
So far outside. Good job there by Jack. Didn't let it bother him, just went and got it done.
That's out number 1. Still runners at first, second, and third for the visitors. Top of the 5th, 6-2 Iowa. Whitlock's got experience. He's been around. He's new to Iowa, but that's about it. Here's Fisher. First pitch is high, ball 1.
I guess there's some consistency that you haven't gotten the backdoor curveball strikes.
1-0 delivery on its way home. That's a called strike inside corner, 1-1, evening the count. Fisher today, he struck out in the first. He walked and scored in the 4th.
Four, 6-3.
That'd be nice. The pitch, low and in. It hit him. No way. Caught him in the jersey of the pants, I guess on the knee. And that'll bring home a run.
As he stuck his knee out to get hit.
It didn't deflect anywhere away from Moss.
Well, I mean,
he caught it.
It clearly hit him. It was just, you know, again, the way the rules are, you don't have to try to get out of the way, but you can't flinch into it either. Boy, that was pretty tight.
Bases stay loaded for Nebraska. Here's Swanson. Fastball right down the middle. Strike 1. Iowa playing with fire right now. Up by 3. But the tying run is at first.
Yeah, a game it feels like you're controlling. All of a sudden the go-ahead runs in the box.
Whitlock misfires, low and out, ball 1. Need a ground ball. Swanson's a right-handed hitter. Out in left field, he's 0 for 1 today. He pops this one up down the line and left, over towards foul territory. It'll get back into fair. Wilmus is underneath it. He's got it. Runners trying to tag and score from third. Here comes the throw. He is safe. 6-4 on the sacrifice fly.
Really good pitch there from Jack. Just a good piece of hitting to kind of flare it up. Thought Wilmus would have a chance, just couldn't quite get enough on it, and seemed like it slow hopped him in. And when he was coming in, it just felt like the ball kept drifting on him, so he wasn't able to really get under and get his momentum headed toward the plate. It just kind of kept drifting in and kind of made him throw it just a little bit off balance still.
Back-to-back innings for Nebraska where they've pushed across 2 runs. Got to hold them now. 6-4 Iowa with the lead. Runners at first and second with 2 outs. Whitlock pitches this one. It's driven in the air to left. Shallow left. Wilmus coming forward. Still running. He slides, and he caught it. Oh, that was a close play, and Ben makes it for the 3rd out.
Really nice job there. Seegers couldn't quite get out to it, but Ben, it didn't seem like he could really see it either, but he was tracking in. Minimize the damage with bases loaded and nobody out, but we've got ourselves a ball game here on Friday night.
Bottom of the 5th, Iowa 6, Nebraska 4. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters, they've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
At US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing US Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness. Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to US Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Bottom of the 5th at Dwayne Banks Field. Iowa 6, Nebraska 4. Hanging around, and in fact, they're getting back into this one. Iowa led 5-0 after 3. Huskers have a little bit of momentum right now. Iowa will send 6, 7, 8 Peterson, Honar, and Seegers into the box.
Brody's final line will be 4 innings pitched, 2 hits, 4 runs. All of them were earned, 7 walks, 7 strikeouts, 4 wild pitches, and a hit batter. 102 total pitches. So good job by Whitlock to come in.
Did his best. It's a really, really tough situation.
Struck out the first guy. You thought you had a chance. Gave up the little pop fly down the line, and so couldn't quite get it done. But now this is the guy the Hawks can get to. They just need to stay disciplined.
Need some more runs. 6 doesn't feel like it's going to win it.
No, I've kind of been I tell you that a lot. 6-4 is not going to be the final score here.
Peterson sends this off the end of the bat, foul to the right side. He's down in the count, 0-2. They're still going with Hawkins right now. And he's floated about every single pitch in there. Iowa trying to time him up. They've hit weak ground balls off this guy so far. 0-2. Petey will lay off that one. Good job not swinging at that. It's way outside.
This is kind of one of those rubber arm guys that you might see again this series, too.
Good point. Peterson takes the 1-2 for a called strike. It's the third one. He is out. That one was low. It's been called a ball all day today, but not that time. And Petey's out number 1.
Boy, that's it is what it is, I guess, at this point. But yeah, going to have to probably do a little bit better early in the count.
Honar goes after the first one, missed it, 0-1. I pride myself in my career of having a fair broadcast, John, and I think that's what we're doing. Letting the listeners know as Honar rips this one into right, it will be caught. Unnecessary dive, but he made the catch. 2 down. Now Wilmus, he needed to slide for his, I think. What do you think?
As somebody that's called a whole just pot full of volleyball games, I have seen more than my fair share of completely unnecessary dives, and that did qualify right there. If he'd have done the roll, would have been the only thing that made it better.
Seegers will take this one for a strike to start his at bat. Iowa's going down quietly in the 5th. Michael's trying to get things going with 2 outs. 0-1 pitch. Michael drives this in the air to left center into the teeth of the wind. That's going to be tough to go anywhere. Center fielder will catch it on the run. It's a 1-2-3 inning. In the 5th, we go to the 6th. Iowa 6, Nebraska 4. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Top of the 6th in Iowa City. Lights taking full effect on the night sky here at Duane Banks. Iowa 6, Nebraska 4. Have a tight game all the way through, aren't we? Whitlock back on the mound. He'll start this one off.
We probably are now. We had a chance to maybe not make it that way, but we handled the first part. We ran Olsen out. We didn't let up on him, but unfortunately, since the pitching change, haven't really been able to cause much angst on the new pitcher, who's not new anymore. It's been kind of mowing through.
Hawkins has been in there forever. We got him out in the 3rd, John. And just haven't been able to piece anything together. He's walked a ton of our batters, but we got the bases loaded with 1 out in the 4th and grounded out to the pitcher back-to-back batters. And that really hurt in the 4th because then Nebraska made some noise in the 5th. So it's 6-4 right now. The Huskers have 8-9-1. Carey, Evans, and Matthews due up. Whitlock with an 0-1 count to Carey. The pitch. Check swing. Didn't go around. That's a called strike.
He had to have gone around. There's no way he could have called that a strike. He just had to assume that he went, or he had to see that he went around.
It's 0-2.
Please.
Way outside. The pitch from Whitlock. That's too far. He won't call that one a strike. 1-2. From a traditional strike zone standpoint, that's how we're trying to portray the information. Convey the information. The 1-2 swung on and missed. Whitlock with a strikeout of Dylan Carey.
Good job there from Jack. And the pitch before that, the show, I mean, either you get him to chase or you get the umpire to chase, one or the other. Either way, you got the strike. You might as well go back out there and extend it just a little bit and see if you can get a swing. Didn't, but came right back in. Same pitch, but over the plate. 28 inches of horizontal break.
It's good stuff from Jack. First pitch to Evans is swung on and missed. Good start for Whitlock. He's really hammering that breaking ball.
Jack's curveball right now has got just crazy good movement on it.
Working quickly and confidently. This one's off the plate, too far outside. And it's a ball.
Love the Moss frame job, though. We talked about the Bradley guy that did that. Or no, it was UIC.
1-1 is a swing and a miss again. 1-2. They cannot touch it right now. Another breaking ball that was maybe a bit off the plate outside, but you never know what it was going to be called. So Evans had to swing at it, and he missed it. Here comes the 1-2. Swing and a miss. He went golfing for that one. We're not at Finkbine. 2 down.
Well, again, the pitch before that had 26 inches of break, so you have to picture that. That ball is starting inside. It looks like it's going to miss inside. It sweeps all the way across the plate and gets outside on the away from the outside corner. And that ball, that's just huge movement. And for a hitter, I don't know how you decide, well, where's the break going to stop? So that's how you get all the swing and misses, because you just have to be aggressive.
The top of the order with Matthews sends the first pitch back to the pad. The bottom third of the order for Nebraska, they've got 9 plate appearances. They've struck out 6 times, so we're doing a good job with those guys at the bottom. A 1 pitch from Whitlock inside, turns away Matthews. It's a ball, 1-1.
Barely. Surprised Matthews didn't take that off the
He's got the elbow guard, right?
String of the elbow guard and jog down to first.
Whitlock looking for a 1-2-3 inning, but a tough task with Matthews. This is chopped foul past Tello at third. 1-2.
Jack's actually gone to a couple change-ups here. He hasn't tried to throw the hard breaking ball there and floated it inside the pitch before, but has thrown 2 change-ups to get the strikes. See if he tries to go down and away with that curveball this time to finish off the at-bat.
The 1-2 delivery outside. It's ball 2. The Iowa fans are...
See, that ball's not even close, but the umpire has now conditioned the fans to make them think that's a strike.
Right. They were letting him know about that. Boy, if we would have called that an uprising from the left side, Whitlock will take care of business himself. High heater, swing and a miss. And Jack strikes out the side. How about that?
Was that the first fastball he threw in the inning?
I think so. And it made it count, blew it right by Matthews. 3 strikeouts in the inning for Whitlock. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th with Iowa up by 2. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatkirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Bottom of the 6th in Iowa City. Hawks are up by 2. It's 6-4. To build on it, Cade Moss will lead things off. in the Hawkeye sixth. Cade's had a nice day today so far with an RBI single in the second. He grounded out his last time up in the fourth, but the top of the order for the Hawkeyes has been really good. Wilmus, Anthony, and DeRiggi. So if Cade can set the table, it could be off and running.
Speaking of really good, Hawkins has been outstanding for the Nebraska. What am I supposed to? You confused me now. What am I supposed to call him? 2 2/3 innings. Hasn't given up a hit yet, but has given up a run because he's allowed 3 walks.
First pitch to Moss, chopper up the middle. Matthews charging hard. He'll pick it up, throw on the run. Sure thing, out at first.
I think Cade did that just in his last at-bat, too.
Yep.
Hit that same chopper, and Matthews came in and got him that way. So maybe Ben can get it started here.
Cannot figure out this pitcher. Well, again, we're going to see him a second time through now.
You have to raise the floor, and that was actually a hittable pitch. It was just inside, so.
Wilmus will square to bunt and pull it back. Watch the first one go by for a strike.
You know, he's gonna live in the bottom third, you know, maybe bottom half of the zone, but certainly the bottom third of the zone.
Outside corner, called strike, 0-2 now. So he walked 3 Hawkeye hitters in the fourth. This one's outside, ball 1. But since then, he's been pretty good, throwing a lot of strikes. Iowa 6-4 in the sixth. Wilmus in the box. That's outside, ball 2. Iowa with 5 runs in the second, 1 in the fourth.
Yeah, to your point, 19 strikes, 32 pitches.
Wilmus gets a piece of it and hits it foul.
You know, and has 3 walks. So it kind of tells you how they came in bunches. They were ugly, but he's really kind of found a rhythm since then.
Comes set again with the 2-2. This is Hawkins to Wilmus. Off the plate, but called a third strike. Wilmus is down for the second out. I just don't have a whole lot to say about that one.
Well, the Hawkeye, actually both teams' hitters at this point have to adjust because that pitch is regularly been called a strike. He hasn't not called it very often, and so especially on those sweeping breaking balls, it fits this umpire's eye, and the hitters just aren't making any changes.
First pitch to Anthony's low, ball 1.
I mean, technically, is it off the plate? Sure.
Yeah.
Is it off this umpire's plate? Not very often.
It's not. You're right. Anthony shoots the 1-0 foul into the net, 1-1. The problem is, though, is that if you swing at that, you are not going to hit that.
Well, but with 2 strikes, you have to do. I mean, you've got to take an opposite field approach to it. You've got to be diving on the plate.
Anthony skies this foul to the right side, out of play, 1-2.
I mean, the harder part with what he's doing is he's throwing those heavy breaking balls, and every once in a while he'll sneak one kind of behind you and try to get it inside. But the umpire's not calling an inside strike, so get on the plate and try to drive it the opposite way.
Here's one hit on the ground to short and into left center field as Matthews and Anderson came together. Neither one of them could grab it, and Anthony's on with 2 outs. That'll be a single.
Flashed up a quick hit there, and it was going to be a tough play all day long. We had the shift on, and that will finally do it. My guess is we're going to see that left-hander that's been slinging it down there.
Yes, call to the bullpen for Nebraska in the sixth. Iowa 6, Nebraska 4. And with 2 outs and a runner at first, the Huskers go to the pen. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
Welcome back to Dwayne Banks Field. Iowa 6, Nebraska 4. The Huskers make a pitching change in the 6th inning. We'll get to him in just a moment, but first let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. All right, Nebraska will bring in a left-hander, 6'5", 230. He's a fifth year from Elkhorn, Nebraska. Spent some time at Hutchinson Community College, so maybe he knows Jack Whitlock. Jack was down there as well for a brief time. The Huskers going with Jake Buns.
Appearance number 9. He has a 1 ERA, 9 innings pitched, 5 hits, 4 runs. Only one of those were earned, though. 4 walks and 14 strikeouts. Opponents hitting just 161 against him, but of those 5 hits, he has given up 2 home runs. So, chance to get on him. He's going to bring it up there. It's going to be right around 90, probably a little under.
So a lefty-on-lefty matchup with DeRiggi in the box. First pitch strike at the knees. 0-1. 2 outs for the Hawkeyes in the 6th. Iowa 6 and Nebraska 4.
Left-hander, but he's slow to the plate. But Keaton Anthony's not really a running threat over there.
No balls and a strike. The pitch to DeRiggi. Same place. Called strike 0-2.
DeRiggi seems puzzled by that, but of all the Clems we've had, those 2 have been pretty darn good.
Yep. Seems like DeRiggi's leaning back, falling away from the plate. The 0-2 pokes this in the air to left center. Left fielder's coming forward. He's got it for the 3rd out. So Buns comes in, does a good job, gets the Hawkeyes out, the last out of the 6th. We'll go to the 7th right after this. Iowa 6, Nebraska 4. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong Team, with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong Team with Skogman Realty for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
All right, top of the 7th, Whitlock back on the mound. I think that's a no-brainer to keep him in the game. He struck out the side in the 6th, so we're pleased to see Jack back out there for another inning of work.
Absolutely, and one of the things you're seeing, you and I talked before the game about kind of what's been part of Nebraska's charge. It seems like their starting pitching's been about the same month to month. Their hitting's been about the same month to month. The big change, it's really come from their bullpen. Here in April, just a 2.05 ERA, and the Hawks have sure seen that after staking out to the early lead.
All right, 2-3-4. Burnham, Anderson, and Anglem do up for the Huskers in the 7th. First pitch from Whitlock is up and in for a ball.
Was it?
In that tic-tac-toe board, here comes the 1-0. That one is low. Ball 2. So Whitlock down in the count against the Husker that's second in their order. The 2-0, he squares to bunt, called strike outside corner, 2-1. Some Hawkeye bodies in the bullpen down there, but for now, this is Jack's game. Out of the windup, here comes the 2-1. 2-2, high strike call. I'm puzzled.
I mean, it is a strike. It's just it's part of the dot plot that hasn't always been.
Here comes a 2-2 from Whitlock. Line drive, base hit into left. Leadoff single for the Huskers. As Burnham is on, that'll bring up Max Anderson.
Good piece of hitting there from Burnham there, as he just kind of got the looper in there and stuck with it. And just like we talked about with with Hawkins, the Hawk hitters were going to have to go the opposite way on that. He did a really nice job, stuck with it, and just drove it out into left field.
Anderson today is 0 for 2. Fly out to center, ground out to third. He did walk his last time up. Crowds the plate. First pitch from Whitlock, driven to right. This is trouble. Get foul, please. It will get foul and out of play.
325 over the Hawkeye bullpen.
He got a hold of that, and that was low and out.
Well, that probably goes to what Coach Heller said was and he's a professional hitter as well. And so you kind of see that, hey, I know which way the wind's going to help me. I know how this guy's going to pitch me. So I'm going to just go that way and take advantage of the conditions. And he's hit 2 balls a long ways foul down that right field line.
Good lead at first for Burnham. No balls and a strike. The pitch. Slider outside. Ball 1.
Burnham does have 7 stolen bases, and obviously with Jack throwing a lot of off-speed stuff, good opportunity for him to run. Although I'm not sure you're going to run in front of Anderson. You're going to let him swing and see if he can tie the game up.
Foul tip into the glove of Cade Moss. He was swinging for the fences. There's back foot came out from behind him, and it's 1-2.
Still probably enough breeze blowing in from left that I'm not sure you can get one to. You're not going to get any help, I guess, is what I'll say going that way.
The 1-2, ground ball left side, through into left. It's a base hit for Anderson with 2 strikes. 2 on and nobody out for Nebraska in the 7th.
Probably missed with a little too much of the plate there, but again, that's what happens with a good hitter. You're trying to be fine and you miss. Stuck with it, and he just rolled it through the infield.
Tello was playing no doubles there. He was really close to the line, which you have to do against a hitter like Anderson. Just unfortunate. Here comes Anglem. Iowa 6, Nebraska 4, but they've got the tying runs on base. Couple of walks for Anglem today. He did strike out his last time up. Whitlock is ready. Here comes Jack's delivery. Slider, called strike. Good start. More of a curveball, maybe.
Anglem's the guy that had walked 4 times coming into today, so you're going to get a chance to. You're going to get a chance to get him out. He's going to hit the ball if you just. And Jack's done a good job being around the plate, so going to have to pick it up here. See if you can get out of the jam.
Whitlock's 0-1 is bunted down the third base line. Let it go foul. Raider will do that. Good job, Raider Tello. It's a foul ball, 0-2.
Pretty good bunt there. Just a little bit too much angle on it. Hawks will take
it. Started pretty good.
Started good, but again, he just kind of caught it out in front of the plate. 73-mile-an-hour breaking ball, and he just kind of couldn't quite get the angle right. And tried to be a little bit too fine.
Gotta think he's pulling that back now and swinging it, right, on 0-2?
Oh, yes, absolutely. That was bunting for a hit. He wasn't sacrificing there.
Whitlock's got the sign he likes from Moss. Moss is set up outside. He does square to bunt, pulls it back. Ball 1. That'd be just for show, don't you think? That's a bit risky.
Well, it can't be for show because you can't tell soon enough that he's going to throw that.
That's true.
Throw that for a ball. So I'm not sure. I guess I'm a little surprised that bunt was in play from a guy hitting 344.
Squares to bunt this one. Foul ball. He's out.
Boy, I am absolutely baffled by the decision to bunt your cleanup hitter with 2 strikes.
Wow.
In a 2, I get the idea of you move the tying run to second base. I get that. Coach Heller's going to come out and that'll be it for Jack.
Really good outing for Jack Whitlock. The Hawkeyes will go to the bullpen. What a confusing head-scratching move by Nebraska right there.
Well, I'm again.
We're glad he did it.
Yeah, 100%. I'm fully on board with maybe Anglem's a great bunter, and we just don't know it. But he does strike out a lot, but he just did.
Hawkeye fans rise to their feet as Jack Whitlock comes off the mound, heads to the dugout. Iowa going to the bullpen. We'll see who the next pitcher is right after this. Top of the 7th, Iowa 6, Nebraska 4. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters, they've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Iowa goes to the bullpen in the top of the 7th with runners at first and second for the Huskers and one out. The Hawkeyes turning to right-handed pitcher, 6'4", redshirt junior from Urbandale, Luke Llewellyn.
Louis is 1-0 on the season with a save, 16 appearances, 2.08 ERA, 17 and a third innings, 8 hits, 6 runs, just 4 of those were earned, 12 walks, 24 strikeouts. Opponents hitting a mere 133 against Louis.
Hold him down, Louis. Great crowd on hand tonight supporting the Hawkeyes in the Friday night game of the series. We've got a 2 p.m. first pitch tomorrow, 1 p.m. on Sunday. New season high in attendance with 1,309 folks in the stadium tonight.
Hardy souls.
Yeah, you gotta be a big fan, huge supporter to bear these elements. It'd be interesting to see the crowd tomorrow, huh?
Yeah. I don't know.
Get some people from the spring game.
We've got some. The Nebraska fans were here tailgating. They were here early today, too.
All right, this is hit on the ground on the first pitch. Honar flips it to Seegers for one. The spin, the throw, double play! How about that? Yes!
Well, it's only fair. Hawkins did the same thing to Seegers, so Seegers is part of the double play. Louis comes in, 1 pitch, 2 outs. It's 6-4 Hawks as we stretch.
All right, great defense. Gets the Hawkeyes out of the jam. We'll stretch things out. Iowa 6, Nebraska 4. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
After I drop the kids off, I have to run across town for a meeting, hit the gym during lunch. Jake has soccer tonight, and Emily has gymnastics? Oh, did I turn on the crock pot this morning?
With a never-ending to-do list, it's easy to forget something important, like setting up a life insurance plan with Shelter Insurance. Your local Shelter agent can show you how to create a safety net for your family. Don't let life get in the way of what's most important. Visit shelterinsurance.com to learn more. Shelter Life Insurance Company, Columbia, Missouri.
Tello, Huckstorf, Peterson into the box for the Hawkeyes in the bottom of the 7th. Momentum has swung into Iowa's favor following the 4-6-3 double play dandy turn by the Hawkeye infield.
I called that one back in the 5th inning, and it didn't work out so well, but I'm glad we got one there and just save the wear and tear. Just 1 pitch for Louis to get out of the 7th inning.
Let's get some runs, John. Up 6-4. Need a few more.
Yeah, I called a while ago 6-4 wasn't going to be the final score. I would take it as the final score, but I'd like to add to it just in case.
Now, good part of the order, right? Tello, Huckstorf, Peterson. Tello has an RBI today. Huckstorf's been on twice. Peterson still trying to find his way. But a portion of the order that's due tonight.
Sounds like runs this half of the inning.
Buns is back for another inning. First pitch to Tello. That one bounced in front of the plate.
I have headset on and I heard him go, yeah.
He didn't like that. That one slipped out of the hand right away.
He bounced that one halfway between the cut and home plate there.
Tello's 0 for 3 today with an RBI and a strikeout. He's fixing towards first base after a couple of pitches miss out of the zone. That one low again, ball 2.
See if he's green on 2-0 here, or if Coach Heller's old school and's got the take sign on.
Ooh, Rader with a swing and a miss. He swung so hard his helmet popped up.
I love it, though. I mean, he saw the fastball. It was pretty much center. He just missed it.
Needed it to be a little bit higher, don't you think? The 2-1, that's way outside, ball 3. Just find a way on, Rader.
Yeah, start the inning, get Huck up there. Huck's not afraid to lay down a good bunt.
Bun's a tall lefty. 3 balls and a strike, ready for it to Tello. It's way inside, almost hit him. Rader will jog down to first. A leadoff walk in the Hawkeye 7th.
Smart move. You got to get out of the way on those 3-1 pitchers. There's no reason to take it at that point. Don't get hit.
That one would have been in on the knees, right?
Yeah, I don't know that would have hit any place nice. Third baseman creeps in a little bit. Huck's got good bunting ability. But
interesting to see what the Hawks elect to do. If they do bunt, Huck squares to bunt. He missed it. And he's frustrated with himself. That's all right, Kyle. Move on. Next pitch. Let's get it down on this one. I just want to throw this in there. Iowa's walked 6 times today, so we've drawn quite a few free bases in that regard. Been hit once. Tello at first. Huckstorf the batter. This one is swung on and missed. 0-2.
And not the typical Friday night pitchers battle with 7 walks for Iowa and 6 walks for Nebraska and a couple hit batters, certainly by Hawkeye pitchers.
The 0-2 to Huck. Line drive, base hit into left.
If at first you don't succeed, just get a hit.
There you go. That's better than the sack bunt. Huck is on. He'll join Tello on the Hawkeye base paths right now. He hung that breaking ball. I know it ended up low, but it had the high bump, and Huck went out and got it.
Well, it allowed Huck to see it, and that was the good part. He could track it the whole way, went down and just made good barrel contact, drove it right out there between short and third. And now we'll see if Petey tries to lay down a bunt. Nebraska corners seem to think he will.
Peterson could either bunt or try to make a splash. Runners at first and second with nobody out. First pitch to Sam. Swings, crushes it to left, but it's not going to carry. It is caught by the left fielder. No advancement, and there's one out.
He actually missed it. Looked like based on the exit speed, he must have got it off the end of the bat.
Looked good off of the bat.
It really did. No, I'm 100% with you.
Got us both leaning forward.
Because I needed to see it to see how far. When it came that shallow, he must not have got it. Because if he got it good, I'm not saying it would have gotten out because the wind still would have hurt it. Misses outside there, but I think it was 84 exit speed, and the pitch was a little bit on the outer part of the plate. It's like he just got ahead of it a little bit and maybe hit it off the cap of the bat.
One out in the inning. Runners at first and second. Here's Honar out in front of the changeup. 1-1. That's a spot that Sam cannot resist. It's like going back to the cookie jar for another round of Mom's cookies.
That's a great pitch, and when Sam stays on that one, he can drive that ball to left center.
That one's too far away. Ball 2.
It's when he's trying to pull everything. And the Hawks have a couple guys like that where when they stay locked in and are willing to go the opposite way, they become outstanding hitters instead of just kind of good hitters.
The 2-1 to Honar. Downstairs, skips in the dirt, ball 3. Just looking at the alignment for Nebraska, they're still playing on the outfield. The pull for Honar, but mainly because of the wind. They've been aligned like that almost all game. Huge gap in left center. Here comes the 3-1. Outside, ball 4. Bases are loaded for Michael Seegers. Second walk in the inning for the Hawkeyes. And that'll bring up the junior.
Michael Seegers.
Seegers grounded into a double play, but does have an RBI on a sacrifice bunt on the squeeze, and we'll get a mound visit here. Actually, we'll get a pitching change here.
Got to admit, from our perspective, our vantage point, their head coach and their pitching coach look about the same, don't they? So you can never tell which one's which. So by the time they come out of there, they've got their sweatshirt and red ball cap on. They look about the same. But this time, Nebraska's going to the bullpen. Iowa with the bases loaded and 1 out. In the bottom of the 7th, leading 6-4. We'll have a chance to add some runs right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
Another season of women's and men's college sports is underway. Follow your alma mater or favorite team in their pursuit of the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2023 to the winning institutions in all competitive divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
Huskers turn to the bullpen once again, this time in the bottom of the 7th with the bases loaded. They'll go with Shea Shanneman. He's a right-handed pitcher from Grand Island, Nebraska. Shanneman into the game.
Shanneman's 15th appearance, and boy, has he been active in decisions. 2-3 on, so 2 wins, 3 losses, 4 saves.
Wow.
4.11 ERA, 30 2/3 innings, 18 hits allowed, 14 runs earned, 15 total, 14 walks, 41 strikeouts. Opponents hitting just 168 against him, but he has hit 10 guys. Fastball is going to be in the low 90s, but he's got changeup, curveball, slider. Scouting report says he really wants to spin it. So
all right.
Hawks will have to be ready for a lot of break. And you could kind of tell as he jogged to the mound, he looks athletic. I mean, you know, the last guy had a little bit of a less so, but this pitcher looks like he's going to be able to get off the mound and get something done.
Shortstop, Michael Seegers.
So Seegers will come up with the bases loaded. And 1 out. Corners are in for the Huskers. Shanneman is ready. The pitch to Michael. Breaking ball up and in, ball 1.
Yeah, I don't know. Probably not going to see anything. I mean, with the corners in, you might not see a game here. A guy that wants to spin it, maybe Seegers can elevate one.
He does elevate this. Shallow center. Center fielder Burnham is there. He's caught it. Here comes the throw to the plate as Tello tries to tag. He'll slide in safely. Raiders scores 7-4. Sac fly Michael Seegers.
Nice job there. Stuck with it. Ball was out away from him. So again, another one that kind of goes off the bat. That looks good right away, but went off the bat, stayed short, but got it up high enough and far enough that the Hawks were able to extend the lead by 1. No reason.
Well, we'll take that.
Yeah, no reason to not extend it by another
right.
1.
Yes, let's go for it. Cade Moss. He's been solid today. He's put the ball in play in each of his first 3 at-bats tonight. He's grounded out to short his last 2 times. First pitch to him. Breaking ball, called strike on the inside corner. Iowa 7. Nebraska 4. We're having some fun up here in the booth. Here comes the 0-1 to Moss. Ground ball to the left side. Tough play. Charged hard. Thrown on the run to first. It gets away from the first baseman. All the way to the wall. Hugsdorf will score. They'll hold Honar at third. And that's an error on the shortstop, Matthews. He threw it away.
We talked about Matthews' throwing issues. Moss tried him for the 3rd time today as he hit 2 choppers up the middle of it. Matthews was able to go over, had some good momentum, was able to throw him out. That one he had to range the other way, was a little bit more off balance, bounced it, couldn't get the scoop from, that's Fisher over there at first, and the Hawks steal a run that way and have 2 more in position for Wilmus.
Time called by Coach Heller. He's going to share a little secret with Ben down the third base line.
Love how Wilmus looks back at the umpire and goes, can I? Can I?
Is this allowed? Are we sure?
I don't want to get bumped for a strike here, so.
2 outs in the inning. Iowa's got runners at second and third, leading 8-4 in the seventh. Make them pay right here, Ben.
Gave that a hit. There's got to be an error somewhere for somebody to go to second and third, so it can't be a total hit.
First pitch to Wilmus, high and out, ball one. Yeah, the official scoring, the scoreboard and the official scoring are not on the same page. The official score from our score, as this one is low, ball two, is that Moss reached on a throwing error. Huckstorf scores an unearned run. Honar gets to third.
Keep doing work here. You got 2 more runs out there to drive in.
2-0 pitch. That's low. Ball 3. I think you're red light twice here if you're Wilmus with Anthony on deck.
Yeah.
If you get a second chance, it could be ball 4 coming.
Yeah, I'd stay. Well, obviously this one you can toss the bat to the dugout now. You're not using it.
And you certainly can literally now because that one was high. We'll get the bases loaded for Keaton.
That will give Keaton another chance. And again, this is one I'm just. Really want to see Keaton look for a ball away and try to drive something out into right center, just like he did early in the game again. That same thing. See if you can put the game out of reach here by.
Just a base hit. Start with that. We'll take any type. First pitch to Anthony. Line drive right to short and through into left. 1 run is in. Here comes Moss. He'll score. It's 10-4. Yes.
Look at the emotion. Keaton Anthony. It's probably going to go down as an error, and Keaton Anthony still pumping his fist, looking back at the dugout as the Hawks get 2 more. And that's 10-4, good buddy.
10-4. I agree with that. We'll see how they score it. That one was ripped to short.
Absolutely.
He tried to play it off to his side, and he just couldn't even glove it.
The top spin rocket out there.
Here's DeRiggi, time called, and the catcher's going to go out and talk with the pitcher. Hawks have put up 4 in the inning. Lead at 10-4. Scoreboard's having a little bit of trouble now, so we have
15.
We take 15, but we're definitely not there.
University of Iowa Healthcare has the game plan for your same-day healthcare needs. If you need treatment for a common illness or minor injury, visit one of several U of I quick care or urgent care locations throughout the Iowa City-Cedar Rapids corridor. Their care and expertise will help you get back in the game. U of I Healthcare is proud to sponsor your Iowa Hawkeyes.
All right. Hawks up 10-4. In the 7th, here's DeRiggi. First pitch to him is fouled back.
StatCast is broken, too. It's confused.
Everybody's a little bit behind, except for the Hawkeyes right now. We're up 10-4, John.
Yeah, because we got the scoreboard wrong out there right now.
Here's the 0-1 to DeRiggi. That's downstairs, ball 1.
It's kind of like we joked about in Illinois UIC game.
Right.
Parents will be yelling scoreboard here shortly.
The 1-1, DeRiggi offered at it and missed it. That one was in the dirt. Brennan's just not seeing it well tonight.
He's one of the funniest guys. He'll go and have the best at-bats and then have 2 at-bats that are a little sketchy.
Yep.
And then lock right back in.
Anthony just takes off for second, and he gets there without a throw. Nebraska falls asleep. Now 2 in scoring position for Brennan, but there's 2 strikes on him. The pause, the pitch, low and in, gets away from the catcher. Here comes Wilmus. He'll score 11-4.
Really nice job. Actually, I'm not sure what just happened there.
Hold on a minute. It hit DeRiggi. No.
Oh.
I mean, it hit him, so Brennan's going to be at first. Wilmus has to go back to third.
I'm not sure what's going on, but we talked about it. We're going to have to watch the handshake line again after this game because I'm not sure who Wilmer was chirping at there, but
letting somebody know something, huh?
Yeah, but there was some talk going on right there.
Bases loaded with 2 outs for Raider Tello. First pitch low and out.
Come on, Raider.
Yep. Break it open. It's 10-4. They're going to say that Keaton singled. They're going to give that a single when Keaton was up. Here's the 1-0 to Tello. Outside ball 2.
Yeah, we're still broken, though, because we still don't have the score right.
Everywhere in the facility has 9-4, but it's 10-4. Here's the 2-0 to Tello. Outside corner called strike, 2-1.
right center field, drive it right over the second baseman's head, clear the bases.
Working quickly. This one's low and out, ball 3.
Or walk in and let Huck swing. I don't care.
At some point we can get that, but hey, I'd take a walk right here. That wouldn't be too bad. Here's the 3-1. That's outside, ball 4. Tello walks for the second time in the inning. And that will be it for this pitcher. He's done. Hawks up 11-4 after putting up 5 in the 7th. And hey, not quite done yet. New pitcher coming into the game for Nebraska. We'll take a break and let you know who it is right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
At US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever. Oh my goodness.
Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Back to the bullpen again for Nebraska in the 7th. They're bringing in a right-hander, Drew Christo, 6'4", sophomore.
7th appearance on the season. He has a 4.05 ERA, 6 2/3 innings, 4 hits, 5 runs allowed. 3 of those were earned, 5 walks, 6 strikeouts, has hit 4 guys. Opponents only hitting 182 against him. It's going to be, again, another guy in the low 90s, slider, changeup. But really, the Hawkeye hitters are going to go up there and look fastball, as he's had a difficult time all year throwing strikes on the spinny stuff. So you'll really probably see Iowa go up there, look fastball. If it's got break, even if he breaks one off on that first pitch, you're going to go, oh, God, why didn't you swing at that? And it's because he doesn't do that very often. So Hawks will be ultra patient, especially with the bases loaded here. And one more quick stat as we get going. Hawks lead now 11-4, 8 2-out RBIs. The Hawks have done a really nice job stretching it out that way, extending innings. You don't want to live that way, but done a good job tonight.
Here's Hucksdorf. The first pitch to him inside, called a strike to start things off. It's like the zone is flipped. Not calling the outside, now calling it inside. Wind up the 0-1 to Huck. Popped up right side. This will be over to the right fielder. And he's got it for the 3rd out. Oh, he jumped and it almost popped out of his glove, but he makes the catch. 5 runs for the Hawkeyes in the 7th, and it's 11-4 as we go to the 8th. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
At US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever. Oh my goodness.
Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Top of the 8th inning in Iowa City. John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth. Iowa 11, Nebraska 4. Big inning for the Hawks in the 7th. Let's look for the shutdown in the 8th. Luke Llewellyn back out there. He had to find a way to stay warm That was a long inning.
They were kind of joking about whether he ran back, maybe threw a couple bullpen pitches, or got, Hawks have some heaters in the dugout and things, but Hawks have really taken advantage. 9 walks today allowed by Nebraska pitchers. We were worried about what the Hawkeyes had done, and it wasn't great with the 7 walks, but Iowa's been able to really take advantage and leverage the walks that they've gotten and turn them into a lot of extras.
Iowa makes a defensive change. Ben Wilmus is out of the game. Braden Frazier into it, and he'll be in left field. Llewellyn against Swanson. First pitch. Inside, maybe a bit high. Ball 1 from Llewellyn. Iowa up by 7 in the 8th.
Yeah, you want to see Louis just kind of go back and attack now, especially with the extra cushion here.
1-0 pitch on its way home. That's a hard strike right down the middle, 1-1.
Remember, he was outstanding Wednesday. Just came in the 9th inning to close it out. And I mean, it felt like 9 pitches, 9 strikes, and we were just done.
Right. 1-1. Beautiful breaking ball. Catches the top of the zone. 1-2.
Louis with that snap from right over the top. Just a hard ball to track for hitters.
Moss sets up a bit outside. The 1-2 from Llewellyn. Feels it, deals it, fouled back to the pad. Just got a piece of it and stays alive.
And we talk about how Louis tends to miss. He had Brody that was missing more left and right. Louis is going to tend to miss more north and south, up and down.
Here comes the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Burned a 92-mile-an-hour fastball right by him. 1 down.
Well done there. After getting out of the last inning with 1 pitch, you kind of wonder, okay, now you go sit. You come in, you're hot. How do you do it? He's going to have to keep battling here. Stay after it, see if he can get through this. My guess is we'd see someone else in the 9th, but if Louis can do it pretty clean, you never know.
He's been really good so far. First pitch strike to Karen, the catcher, on the inside corner. I guess that was more down the heart of the plate, just where Karen stands makes it look like it's a bit inside, but good start from Llewellyn, working quickly. Now the 0-1. Too high, ball 1.
Tried to throw that breaking ball again, just left it spinning up in the top of the zone.
Karen's 0 for 2 today. We got time called by Moss behind the plate.
Not sure what happened there.
Umpire whips out his little notepad and pen and jots something down.
I mean, I'm guessing you can only do that so many times, but, with the new pitch clock rules and all those things, but.
Llewellyn's ready to pitch now, and this is fouled back, 1-2.
Good fastball there. Louis had good action on the fastball and hasn't really had the snap on the breaking ball that you see all the time from him, but really lively fastball, which is always fun to see.
Yes. It's been consistently low 90s right now from Llewellyn. He's ready with the 1-2. It's on its way home. Lifted foul and out of play to the right side.
And that was a good breaking ball. Got it out off the plate to the right-hander, and good piece of hitting there just to kind of foul it back and stay alive.
See what he comes up with on the 1-2. The pause and the pitch. Line drive, base hit into right. It'll skip to Peterson, who will pick it up and throw it in. 1-out single for Karen.
Tried to sneak the fastball past him, but got it a little bit up in the zone. He'd been living up there and doing a nice job. Did a really good job there, went up and got it and just poked it out there. And I say poked it, went out at 100 miles an hour, so yeah. Poked it with the barrel of the bat.
Yes, got a hold of it.
Well, a pinch hitter.
Yeah, pinch hitter into the game for Nebraska. Now Ben Columbus, he's a left-handed hitter. North Vancouver, British Columbia. Position, he's a catcher. So he's in for Dylan Carey, who was 1 for 3 today with a couple of strikeouts. So Columbus into the game to pinch hit. First one from Llewellyn is in the dirt. Moss will block it and go grab it.
Yeah, he's kind of the so Louis been working up in the zone, and really your guy Columbus kind of likes it there. So Louis is going to have to maybe change approach a little bit unless he wants to go just pure strength on strength. He's going to want to try to change his level a little. Misses just below the zone there.
Llewellyn faced with a little bit of adversity right now in the top of the 8th. Iowa leading 11-4, but they want to get out of this one clean. 2-0 from Luke. That is
goodness gracious.
Low. Ball 3.
Wow.
So the pinch hitter is in a favorable position now. The 3-0 from Llewellyn. That's a called strike, 3-1.
See if Louis can battle back here. Just another 4-6-3 double play of being done.
Great minds think alike. We were heading the same place, John. Here comes the 3-1. Not on that one. Up and in. Ball 4.
But unfortunately, you'll have a pinch runner now for Columbus and another pinch hitter.
Another pinch hitter for Nebraska. They've got runners at first and second with 1 out now.
So I'm going to guess you're going to see Louis start the new hitter Cervantes here.
And he did have a pinch runner. Luke Sartori is over there at first. And here's Efrain Cervantes.
Might see some breaking ball stuff to start and then kind of try to, if you can get ahead of him, see if you can finish him off with that high fastball.
Need a first pitch strike from Llewellyn and got it on the outside corner.
Started him with the high fastball. Good pitch there.
Cervantes in the box. He doesn't stand close to the plate. He's not on the far left side. He's right in the middle of it. Had a hard time hitting that outside corner, you'd think. Luke ready with the 0-1. Here it is. That is a ball inside. It's been called a couple of times.
Well, again, he hasn't tended to like the inside strike, but
he called it in the last inning.
Fair enough.
Yeah. 1-1 pitch from Llewellyn. Ground ball up the middle. Seegers has got it. He'll step on the bag himself, throw across. Got him! Double play! Seegers to DeRiggi. That'll do it.
Very nicely done there. Seegers timed up the steps. Didn't make his greatest throw ever, but Rigg used his full height to go get it. Finish up the 8th inning.
All right, bottom of the 8th coming up. Iowa 11, Nebraska 4. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
All right, bottom of the 8th, Iowa 11, Nebraska 4. Hawks up by 7 right now, and we'll have Peterson, Honar, and Seegers due up. Tomorrow, our Saturday game, Marcus Morgan gets the start for the Hawkeyes, slated to begin at 2 p.m. It's going to be chilly tomorrow, high of 47, but another windy day.
That's better. 47 is better than what we've seen.
Yeah, another windy day, 15 to 25 miles an hour. If you're just across the street at Kinnick for the spring game, come on over once that concludes, and I have some baseball for you in the afternoon.
Our challenge is, you look at the forecast now, Real Feel doesn't have us popping over.
So the limit's 28, right?
28, well then we're good.
I think that's what it is.
If 28's the number, we'll get started.
Wow, it's close, isn't it? Wow.
Yeah, otherwise it tips over at 7 o'clock at night.
Peterson swings at the first pitch, almost put it down the line and left. Fair, but it was just foul.
I love broadcasting Hawkeye baseball, but I do not want to sit here in a 5-hour cold delay until we get above
You don't want cold delays. Those are no bueno.
No
good.
We sat in one of those last year at Michigan, and then ended up.
Well, it just it makes you think that it's a split second. You got to be looking at it to be able to go.
Yeah, I don't know how quickly AccuWeather updates all of that. Somebody's on the phone hoping or what?
Petey with a check swing on the 0-2 did not offer. Ball 1. Yeah, just the tricky thing is that they go by the real feel based on the wind chill. 1-2 to Peterson. That's in the dirt, blocked by the catcher, 2-2.
Which is just not going to be good at any point tomorrow.
Right.
Even if we sneak to it, it's still not going to be good.
I saw low 30s. You were showing me low 30s right there. That's tough. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Peterson. The pitch downstairs. Ball 3. Count is full.
Yeah, when BTN Plus pops this window open so that they can camera up the game, you and I are not going to be happy campers.
There's ball 4 to Peterson.
Great job there from Petey to battle back. Down 0-2. Had a tough check swing that he held up on, which with his hands still can't be the easiest thing to do.
Yeah.
Held up and ended up drawing the 4 straight balls and got the walk.
Hawks have done a really good job staying in at bats, drawing a lot of walks tonight.
That's 10 with 2 hit batters as well.
Honar's in the box. First pitch is in the dirt. Almost got away from the catcher. Peterson has to stay put.
Good block there from Karen. Had to go kind of chase it down and keep it, but kept it in front.
Christo's ready for the 1-0. Long pause. Now the pitch. That's outside. Ball 2.
Petey, good speed with 8 stolen bases. 11-4. Probably not going to see him running, but at least see him maybe get a good jump, get some good action.
Yeah, the only way I'd want to see him running is one in the gap, right, John? 2-0. Honar shoots it back to the screen. 2-1.
The kicker is Christo is slow to the plate, so kind of like when Keaton Anthony took the base, if you can get a good lead and he's not holding you, then you're going to go ahead and take what he's going to give you. Look at the big lead now.
Honar hits it to first, grabbed by the first baseman. He throws it to second. He's safe at second. Because of that great lead you were talking about, John.
Well, and that's, a high chopper, just a terrible decision. And he may not have, well, he did have a choice because he could have just tagged Honar running right at him, but instead makes the throw to second. And Petey, with great speed and a big lead, was able to beat that easily.
You alluded to it, the great lead going on contact, obviously being at first on a ground ball, but it was a good throw by the first base. It was just late. It was just got to him so late. Peterson got over to second so quickly. So runners at first and second with nobody out in the 8th. Here's Seegers. We'll see if they bunt. First pitch to Michael. He squares to bunt, pulled it back, low, ball 1.
Well, we've talked about this in a number of games. When the pitcher's having a hard time finding the strike zone, it's not easy to bunt because you've got to be ready to bunt it, but ball's going everywhere. But Seegers did a good job with that when he laid down the squeeze bunt earlier. So
1-0 is bunted down the first base line, but foul. 1-1 now.
And that's the bunt I'd love to see Michael just be. When Michael gets great at that one, boy, because as they start to shade him to pull, when he can kind of just isolate that first baseman with his speed, he's got a really good chance to create a bunch of hits. And in this case, he's just looking to sacrifice, but being a little bit greedy, he's going to have a chance to create some runs.
Here's the 1-1. Michael watches it go by for a strike. Inside corner, 1-2. All right, next pitch, Michael. You don't have a choice, I guess.
Yeah, that one's a strike. It hasn't always been.
Here's the 1-2. Michael bloops it into shallow center. Tough play. Center fielder coming on. He'll grab it for the first out. Hung up too high, right?
Yeah, it's thought it might be a little bit more of a looper, but it really did hang in the air. And the center fielder did a good job. Had a long run because he was shaded a little bit into right center field. So he had to he did a great job of, before he caught it, he kind of broke down out of the sprint, so that sometimes if you're running full speed, your eyes get bouncing around and it's a little bit harder to track it. He did a good job of just kind of gliding into that so that he was able to catch it kind of in stride.
Here's Moss. Breaking ball, missing high, ball one. Peterson at second. Honar at first. Iowa up by a touchdown and an extra point. 11-4 in the eighth.
We've seen Moss and Moss having a small affair with Matthews, the shortstop, today. So we'll see if he can either go somewhere else or get one past him.
Just one fisted back to the backstop.
John made a good play earlier in the game. Makes another good one. He had to get after that one. That one wasn't easy.
He springs out of that chair and catches the ricochet off the net. He's had a pretty good percentage this year. Here comes the 1-1 to Moss. Lifted in the air to right. Shallow. Peterson will not be able to tag from second to third. So fly out for Moss. That breaks his streak because the last three at bats he'd hit ground balls to short.
Got jammed there. Wasn't able to get the barrel around and get it to short again. Instead just kind of flared out. Frazier, who came in as the defensive replacement, now will get his first at bat.
Good to see Frazier in the lineup and to be able to get that at bat. He comes up with 2 on, 2 out. First pitch to Frazier. Hit ground ball towards Coach Heller. That'll bend him back in the third base coach's box. Heads up, Coach.
Frazier just 242 on the year, but man, he's had some really quality at bats.
Team captains been steady in the black and gold. That one's high, ball one.
Christo was working so fast, his left fielder was still jogging back into position there. Would have been interesting to see Frazier kind of tomahawk that one out there and see if left fielder could change directions quick enough.
The ball and a strike to Frazier with 2 outs. Runners at first and second for the Hawkeyes. The pitch, good pitch, outside corner. Low portion of the zone as well, and it's 1-2. A lot of room in left center for Frazier if he can put one over the shortstop's head. Christo is ready, the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Frazier went after it, up and in. He's out number 3. We've played 8 at Banks. Iowa 11, Nebraska 4. 3 more outs to get. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness. Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
All right, top of the 9th inning, 3 outs to get. Hawks are up by 7. We're going to stick with Louis.
Just a quick look, too. Jack Whitlock, I don't know if we ever recapped him. 2 1/3 innings, gave up 2 hits, struck out 5 of the 7 outs he recorded. Hit a batter, but came in, minimized some damage there, mostly put out the fire, gave the Hawk bats a chance to get back into it and get back and extend the lead. Did it. The Hawks have been throwing up zeros then. Louis got an inning and 2/3 under his belt now with the 1-pitch double play, and then a good, relatively clean inning.
Yeah, threw a number of pitches, but has been lights out of the Hawkeye bullpen today. Another defensive Substitution for the Hawkeyes, Gable Mitchell into the game. He'll play second base, replacing Sam Honar. Top of the order for Nebraska in the 9th. Here's Bryce Matthews. First pitch from Llewellyn is turned away, up and in, ball 1.
Matthews gets a hit today, but crashes his average to 405 after just 1 for 4. So what a great hitter.
Here's one from Llewellyn that catches the outside corner, 1-1 now. Yeah, Matthews he's a stud. He's really good.
Nebraska's played 33 games. He misses outside. I mean, he's scored 42 runs. He's driven in 53 runs. I mean, in 33 games, that's your leadoff guy.
That'll do.
That seems like a good production out of your leadoff guy.
And a ton of power. 2 balls and a strike. The pitch from Llewellyn. That is just high. Ball 3.
Yeah, the 25 extra base hits, and with another one today, 26 is
impressive.
Is why he's going to be drafted in June. Highly drafted.
3-1 from Llewellyn. That's at the letters, ball 4. So Louis with a leadoff walk in the Husker 9th.
You see, we kind of talked after Louis got the double play the first time. And sometimes it's been hard for him to come back out that next inning. Now we're asking him to come back out the next inning again.
Right.
So
this is as far as we've really seen Llewellyn go. He's pitched an inning and 2/3, but pitch count in the mid-20s now. First pitch strike to Burnham on the outside corner.
2 1/3 is his career high, as he did that down in Lubbock.
Okay, there you go. No balls and a strike to Burnham. The pitch from Luke hit him, up and in. 2-1. Couple of free bases to start the 9th.
Burnham's been smacked twice by pitches. That one was a little more legitimate than the first time was, but
that one hurt. It'll get some movement in the Iowa bullpen now. Had a couple of Hawkeyes throwing down there. Well, mound visit from Coach McGrath. And during the mound visit, we'll pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye baseball.
Times they play at 10, 11.
All right, mound visit for Coach McGrath. Trying to fix something with Llewellyn. A couple of free bases to start the Husker 9th. Iowa's up 11-4.
When corn grows fuel, Iowans win. Ethanol is a renewable fuel that's better for our environment, our health, and our wallets. Share your winning moments using hashtag #IowansWin, and you could win even more from Iowa corn.
All right, mound visit wrapped up. Use a ground ball.
Yeah, there's no need to get them engaged in the game or think, okay, hey, we'll be fine tomorrow. It's just seal them back up and let's get out of here.
Yeah, because now this is all about tomorrow, right? If Nebraska can put a rally together, they'll get some momentum into the Saturday game. Here's Anderson, first pitch from Llewellyn, called strike, a delayed call, and we got the call finally on the inside corner.
Small ponder there.
Wow. Thought about it. Should I? Shouldn't I? Yes.
Coin was higher.
Back to the coin flip, John.
Coin was higher that time. Took longer to land.
0-1 delivery. Hit on the ground. Fair down the right field line. Peterson coming forward for it. He's got it. That'll bring home a Nebraska run. It's 11-5.
What a piece of hitting right there. You want to know why a guy's hitting .417 and driven in as many runs as he has? That's a curveball. Probably a strike, maybe not a strike, and he just fought it off. And unfortunately, Deriggi was off the line a little bit because there's no way he can hit the ball there, and he just did. Huskers sneak a little closer.
That's the first time we've seen a hit like that this year, I think. It's totally against everything. Moss will come out and issue a couple of signs to the Hawkeye defense on the infield. 11-5 in the 9th. Nobody out, runners at the corners for Nebraska. Here's Anglem. Llewellyn deals a fastball outside to start the at-bat.
Crowd doesn't like it, but it was wide. Good frame job by Moss, but Still ball one.
There's a fastball for a strike. High portion of the zone, 1-1. Not getting dicey yet, but with nobody out, and Nebraska not going down quietly. It's a 6-run game. The 1-1 from Llewellyn, too far outside, 2-1. He landed kind of awkwardly there. It was off balance by the time that he did land. 2 balls, 1 strike, nobody out. The pitch from Luke, swing and a miss, 2-2. That was a good pitch.
Quick look around at Iowa's opponents. Illinois beats Minnesota 9-3. Western Michigan with a win, help out the Hawks. Purdue takes down Maryland. Wow, what an upset there in College Park.
The 2-2, called third strike. He froze him. Got him with the breaking ball inside corner, took him to the deep freeze, 1 out.
Indiana has a scare against Ohio, but holds on to win 9-8. Texas Tech 10-1 over Baylor late. A couple of Iowa opponents. Illinois State beats Bradley 16-9. Milwaukee gets a win over Northern Kentucky.
I have to decipher on the favorability of those throughout the night. Doesn't sound all bad. I think Purdue's win over Maryland, that's a bit of a surprise, right?
Yeah.
Other than that, anything stand out to you?
Not really, but that'll be an RPI killer for Maryland.
0-1 pitch to Fisher is a called strike, high and out, 0-2.
Nice job from Louis to, after a little adversity to start the inning, he snapped back. Yeah, that's a 58-point loser there for Maryland. Iowa and Maryland could switch spots if the Hawks can finish this one off.
Here's the 0-2 from Llewellyn. Swing and a miss. Got him 2. 2 down.
1 out away from having a pretty good Friday night.
Hard to beat a winner on a Friday night. Got 1 more out to get. And we'll see Gabe Swenson in the box now with runners at the corners. And 2 outs.
Maybe Cade Moss is giving him the business. I know how to pitch you. I know how to pitch you. Actually, Louis probably ran into him too, being from Urbandale, right?
First pitch to Swanson is low, ball 1. Iowa's up 11-5 in the 9th with 2 outs. Swanson's their last chance as it stands. Takes this one right down the heart of the plate. Strike 1 from Louis. Still those runners at the corners. Llewellyn looks confident out there right now. Here comes the 1-1. Swing and a miss, 1-2.
Might as well just do it right here, right? Take care of it yourself, finish it off.
Hawkeye fans rise to their feet. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Llewellyn's got the sign. He feels it, deals it. Ground ball to Tello at third, ricochets off his hip and into the outfield. That'll bring home another Nebraska run. We're not done yet. As the Huskers inch closer, it's 11-6.
Caught a little too much plate with that fastball there. Rocket down to Tello. Like to think he's going to come up with that, but
it's a tough play.
And that'll do it.
And Coach Heller's coming out of the dugout. And so that will do it for Llewellyn with 2 outs and runners at first and second. I was going to make a pitching change. We'll let you know who that is right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oaknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
At US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever. Oh my goodness.
Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to us mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
One out to get in the 9th. Iowa 11, Nebraska 6.
At the game or at home, Wimmer's premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork, and you get the best tasting hot dog. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes.
All right, new pitcher for the Hawkeyes to get the last out of today's game. The junior from Gilbert, Arizona, Jacob Henderson.
Hendo's my guy. Jacob, appearance number 16. He's 2-1 on the year, 7.3 ERA, 12 1/3 innings, 11 hits, 10 runs. They've all been earned, 7 walks, 18 strikeouts, 2.39 ERA. But just like Jack Whitlock, really good breaking stuff. And we'll see his bottom of the order here. Hopefully just one guy in the bottom of the order here for Nebraska is going to see a lot of spin from Jacob.
Got one out to get. How about one of those one pitch, one out type of deals here, huh? Iowa 11, Nebraska 6. They've got a couple of runners on with 2 outs.
I believe you, but I think he's going to strike him out.
Go the distance. All right. Henderson's ready. First pitch. Outside, ball 1. The batter is Karen, their catcher. Stands in from the right side. A somewhat productive day. He's been on twice. Just 1 hit, though, with a single. He walked his other way on. 1-0 pitch. Down there for a strike. 1-1.
And Jacob's got a lot of good spin, changeup. Will kind of sneak the fastball in every now and again.
1-1 offering from Henderson, low and out, ball 2.
Kind of see him around the mid-80s, and then that breaking stuff gets really nasty and takes some of the speed off of it.
Henderson taking his time. The 2-1 is outside, ball 3. Close, but off the plate. Certainly a ball. 3-1. Find it here, Jacob. Here's the pitch. Way outside, ball 4.
Jacob's got a little bit of what Brody had going on with, pulling it just a little bit and slinging it outside. And we're going to get a pinch hitter here with, all right, we're not interesting, but we've got the tying run standing in the on-deck circle right now.
The batter is Griffin Everett, a 5th year from Lincoln. Means a lot to him to put on the big red.
245 on the season.
Looks like he might have some power, John. What's he got?
Just a couple home runs, but I mean, right. 53 at bats.
Let's go right after him, Jacob. First pitch on its way. Low and out, ball 1.
And Jacob is a control guy, so kind of a little concerning to see this right now.
1-0 is a breaking ball at the knees. 1-1. There you go. Jacob has struggled his last 2 times out.
He got into a run in the middle of the season where he was almost untouchable. Kind of capped that in the Indiana series and then struggled a little bit since.
Slider way outside, ball 2. Bases loaded for Nebraska in the 9th. Iowa leading by 5. Cade Moss says, hey, hold on a second. I got to go talk to him, sir. And he heads out to the mound to talk to Jacob. It's nothing easy tonight. A couple of 1-2-3 innings, but been real tough.
Every time you think you're safe, we've gotten a little creative with ways to make us not safe. And so.
And now you're not really at the point where you can say, well, just let them hit it, because these are talented hitters that Nebraska has. They could really make you pay that way, too. You got to be competitive with where you put it, but you got to throw strikes.
Right. You don't really want to throw a get-me-over, but it might be a get-me-over on a pinch hitter here.
2-1 is lifted into center. Huckstorf will backpedal a couple, but he's camped underneath it. He's got it. And that'll do it. A fly ball to center ends it. Hawks win 11-6.
I'm not sure what else to say. If you're a Hawk fan here, it's not your best night, and you got to win. That's the most important part. You started the series off on the right foot, and you're going the right way.
Sort of uneasy the whole day. Just never felt like it was over until Huck just caught that ball in center, right?
And even that kind of looked like he got out there, kind of caught it off to the side. But hey, a win's a win. Let's get her done.
Hawks win it 11-6. They take the Friday game of the series and try to win it tomorrow with a start from Marcus Morgan. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll get into post-game. Hawks win 11-6. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
Iowa 11, Nebraska 6. The Hawkeyes now 27-10 overall and pulled a even 5-5 in the Big Ten. Meanwhile, Nebraska's 21-12. They are 7-3 in the Big Ten. John, your initial thoughts?
Nice job by Jack Whitlock. Came in, threw strikes, kind of obviously put out a fire, but not only put out a fire, but then bought a couple more innings there and did a really good job of throwing strikes, staying in the zone, but not just hitting the middle of the plate. So good job there. And the hitters showed really good discipline. They forced Nebraska pitchers to come in the zone. When they didn't come in the zone, they took a bunch of walks and did a really good job of creating traffic that way.
Whitlock gets the win for the Hawkeyes, now 4-0 on the season. He was good in those middle innings. Brody got the start for the Hawks. Brecht went 4 innings, gave up 2 hits, 4 earned. He walked 7, struck out 7. Brecht just wasn't as sharp as we've seen him this year, but came out of the game with the lead, but didn't get past the 5-inning mark. Whitlock comes in, 2 1/3, 2 hits, no runs, no walks, struck out 5, was really good. Went to Louis for 2 1/3. He gave up 3 hits, 2 earned, 2 walks, struck out 3. Henderson comes in and gets the last out. All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, we'll talk with Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland as our post-game coverage continues after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
At US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever. Oh my goodness.
Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Iowa wins the series opener over Nebraska 11-6. We're joined by Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland. Coach, your overall thoughts on that one?
Yeah, kind of a, I guess an abnormal Friday night when you think about how typically Friday nights go in the league with 2 really good arms going at each other. You expect for runs to be a little bit more at a premium. Certainly it's an offensive night with the way the wind's blowing. And I thought we did a great job with the game plan for Olsen. They did exactly what we talked about. The first inning, I thought we chased a little bit, and you're thinking, okay, this isn't great, but we kept grinding on him. And fortunately for us, he was a little bit wild, especially with the secondary stuff. So we're able to get him out of the game. I thought our at-bats just continued throughout the night pretty well. We told him it's going to take 9 innings worth of it. You can't just have one good inning, and we've done this a couple times where we've gotten off to really big leads and taken the foot off the gas pedal and allowed teams to come back. You think about Minnesota, you think about Maryland. So offensively, really happy. Brody wasn't sharp, unfortunately, and he was able to wiggle a lot of stuff and limit some damage. But we really put ourselves in difficult spots because of the free passes. But Jack Whitlock's a story, right? I mean, he comes in, settles it down, gets out of that bases loaded, no outs. We get out of there with 2, you're kind of happy. That he was able to just do a really nice job. Louis came out, got the double play ball, which was big. So, pitching-wise, we got to clean some things up. I'm thinking they're probably thinking the same type of thing. But just really happy with the execution offensively, considering what we really wanted to do coming into the game. I thought the guys were flawless in their execution.
That's one thing that John and I noted early was that, and you've talked about it, we delivered that blow to their starting pitcher. We got him out of the game early, Coach. Yeah, and that's what we talk about. The sooner you can get starters out of the game and extend it for the Pens, everybody's in the same spot. Like if you're trying to get 12, 15, 18 outs out of the bullpen, it's just really tough to do. And getting the starter out, especially a guy that pitched really well against us last year, who I think's really, one of the best pitchers in our league. We did a really nice job with him. Obviously, Keaton with a great night, big blow with the breaking ball home run. All with 2 outs. I think we ended up with maybe 5 or 6 2-out runs tonight, which were big, and I think Keaton maybe had 5 of them, 5 RBIs with 2 outs. So just really happy with game 1, come out against a really good arm. And really just execute. And leading into tomorrow, you just hopefully settle things down a little bit on the mound. It's going to be a tough day, right? I mean, it's really cold. It's not going to be nice at all. And the team that probably limits the mistakes a little bit better than either team did tonight's probably the one that's going to have the upper hand. Chance to win the series tomorrow, Coach. Let's get it done. Yeah, absolutely. We're ready to go. All right, Coach. Thanks for your time. Congratulations on the win. Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland on our post-game show. Iowa wins at 11-6. We'll come back and wrap things up with highlights right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever. Oh my goodness.
Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Good start to the weekend. Iowa beats Nebraska 11-6 in the Friday night game. This one had just a little bit of everything. Let's go over some of the highlights of the Hawkeye winner tonight. He's got it, the pitch. Low and out, skipped in the dirt. Have an opportunity for a pickoff over at first. They got him! Moss with a great throw to DeRiggi, and we've erased that runner over there at first. 1-1 pitch. Cade lines it into center. It is down for a base hit. They're sending Honar. Honar will score. It's an RBI single. Cade Moss. Hawks lead it 2-0. 2 on and 2 out. The 2-1. Anthony drives it deep to right. Get going, baby. It is gone. Keaton. Anthony. Boom. Whitlock pitches this one. It's driven in the air to left. Shallow left. Wilmus coming forward. Still running. He slides, and he caught it. Oh, that was a close play, and Ben makes it for the 3rd out. All right, this is hit on the ground on the first pitch. Honar flips it to Seegers for 1. The spin, the throw, double play! How about that? Yes! Center fielder Burnham is there. He's caught it. Here comes the throw to the plate as Tello tries to tag. He'll slide in safely. Raiders scores 7-4. Sac fly Michael Seegers.
Nice.
In 11-6 tonight at Duane Banks. Taking the Friday game, the important Friday game. We'll be back here tomorrow at 2:05, first pitch, 2:05 tomorrow against Nebraska. John and I will start pregame coverage at 1:30 on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Looking forward to that one. Marcus Morgan, he'll get the start tomorrow for Iowa on the mound. All right, it was a good Friday night. Let's keep it rolling into Saturday. My great board operator down the line, Michael. Great job as always, Michael. We're really on a roll now, aren't we? My color analyst, John Evans. I'm John Leo saying so long from Duane Banks. Iowa wins at 11-6. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Every day's a great day to be a Hawkeye. Some are just a little bit better than others. So long, everybody.
Hawkeye Baseball has been brought to you by Homewood and Home 2 Suites, preferred hotel of the Hawkeye Radio Network, Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association, and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Oak Knoll, an active life care community. University of Iowa Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. And by Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.
First pitch to Anthony. Line drive right to short and through into left. One run is in. Here comes Moss. He'll score. It's 10-4. Yes!